that's gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets regular amongst birds singing can't prove through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
I'd like to thank Chris Stapleton for joining us this morning for our Star Spangled Banner. If I could get you to stay on your feet with your caps off, we will go to our Lord in prayer this morning. Dear Heavenly Lord, we just thank you. We thank you for the blessings you bestow on us as Americans, as Texans, as a community that supports our youth through agricultural education and agricultural efforts. We ask that you watch over our show today, Lord. We ask that our exhibitors and their livestock projects compete to the best of their ability. We ask that you provide safe passage for them throughout our day. We ask for safe passage as everyone starts to head back home after the long season of being on the road and traveling to majors. It's time for a refreshing breath. And we're just thankful, Lord, for those blessings you've shown us to be able to do this. We thank you, Lord, for the men and women that all over the world fight for the freedoms that we enjoy as Americans. We are blessed as Americans to be able to do things just like we're here doing today, to be able to come to you in prayer. And it's possible because of those men and women that you put on the front line defending and protecting us every day. We thank you, Lord, for your Son, for his death on the cross for our salvation. And we're just thankful for everything you do for us, Lord. All these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. Next, we will have our 4-H pledge by Miss Riley Kleinard of Milam County 4-H.
The 4-H motto and pledge: to make the best better. I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalties, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Well done. Now we will have the FFA motto by Kenan Mingus of Cameron Yo FFA.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Yes, ma'am. Rodeo Austin, let's have a Barra show. Jada Heater, Burleson County 4-H. Ethan Spindle, Whitesboro FFA. Please bring your animals to the show ring. Exhibitors, just a reminder, any placings first through third must get their picture taken at the backdrop. Placings 1 through 3 get their picture taken at the backdrop. Class 2 Durocs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, first call to the show ring, please. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Our judge today is Mr. Troy Sloan from Cameron, Missouri. He is a graduate of Iowa State University and went to junior college at Fort Scott Community College. While attending Iowa State, Sloan was a member of the 2012 livestock judging team. After graduation, Troy returned back to Northwest Missouri and has managed the swine portion of Team Sloan Livestock for the last 9 years. The program consists of 125 sows that focus on raising competitive, purebred, and crossbred show pigs. Sloan has been fortunate to have the opportunity to judge pig shows on all levels in 20 different states. He is also an advocate for Lindner show feeds, enjoys Kansas City Chiefs football, and spending time with his girlfriend, AC. Let's give Mr. Troy Sloan a round of applause for judging Rodeo Austin. Exhibitors in the barn, just a reminder, first through third need to get their picture taken at the backdrop. First, second, and third must get their picture taken on the backdrop. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, second call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 2, third and final call to the show ring, please. Jackson Gibbs, Level Land FFA, please bring your animal to the show ring.
Well, good morning. Certainly excited to step in here, and I understand seems like you guys have been showing bears here at Texas Majors for 6 months straight, and I understand everybody's probably tired and getting a little crouchy, but I encourage everybody to be positive, and let's get through this, because I think there's going to be a ton of quality as expected, and I think the first class exemplifies that. I think a really, really good class of lightweight Durocs here, and I don't even know where we're at from a weight perspective, but it doesn't matter. I think these things will be in the running running here in just a bit. I like this class winner a good deal. He's stout in his mug. He's proportional in his build. You get on top of him, I think he's probably as tricked out and as good in his shape and freshness as anything within class. And then you step off to the side, and I think he utilizes his hind leg with just as much athleticism, reach, flex, and go as maybe anything within class. We could widen and square him maybe just a little bit as he drives right away, but at the same time, I think he's square, he's secure, and he's good in that regard. A very nice bear to go ahead and win this particular class. The one that falls in two just does so maybe by default, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I just think this guy becomes the most difficult to fault after the class winner. He doesn't come with as much punch in terms of just four-rib, top shape, and power as our class winner, but man, when you step off to the far, that's the balanced one of the remaining ones that's good looking. He pulls together a strong top line. I think he utilizes his hind leg very efficiently and effectively out here. I thought in relation to that one that fell into third in a close decision, he come with just more jawbone, more stoutness of skull, more foot size and feature. Man, that's a nice one there. Again, didn't think he maybe had as much out there pieces as our class winner, but a very solid second place bearer there. Young man does an incredibly good job. Skin and hair, freshness, man, showmanship on this 1 and 3 is very, very good. He comes at you, he's expansive in his chest. You step off to the side of him, he's got his ability to throw his head above his shoulder blade and still have some cushion and push back there in his shoulder, knee, and front foot, I think is awfully, awfully good. Again, in relation to those two that precede him, I'd like to intensify his bone work particularly, his rear bone. And then I thought when push come to shove and we wanted to break him down from a skeletal perspective, he got just a little out in his hock and a little wobbly from behind. Again, I think that's getting ultra critical. Man, that kid does an awesome job. That thing's dressed to impress. His skin and hair and just presentation when you step off for the far is very, very good. Same goes for the one that comes in next. I thought worked his way up towards the forefront in terms of being one that's not messed up, but yet still good looking when you step off to the side. I thought as they drove right at you, we needed to widen, square him, and fix him there in his knee. And then in relation to those three that precede him, there's no doubt in this judge's mind, he's not as just out there in terms of freshness, in terms of spread, in terms of bulk up high, but young lady does a good job there. That one's good looking, certainly flexible. I like a lot of things about this 1 and 5, and man, when he first came through the chutes, I thought we got one. He is monster chested, big shoulder bladed. He comes off to the side, and man, he's got the right kind of length of body and pulls together a strong top line. I was worried his length of hip and just range of motion maybe wouldn't be good enough when they got out here in the big ring, and that's why you're 5, young lady. We got to lengthen that guy's rump. We got to make him just more athletic, but a very, very neat kind of bear. From there, we're working to some that certainly have some parts and pieces. We can drop all them out. Maybe just didn't put it all together in quite as a collected, balanced kind of fashion as maybe I'd consider ideal, but a very, very good class to get started. Let's make some noise for all those exhibitors, please.
Your Class 1 Durocs, first place, Jackson Powell, Jordan FFA. Second place, Jaden Van Osdol of Canyon Lake FFA. Third place, Crockett Eckhart, Fredericksburg FFA. Fourth place, Gillian Fortner, Blue Ridge FFA. Fifth place, Isabel Perkins, Frost FFA. Sixth place, Owen Helms, Ballinger, FFA. In seventh, Jacob Pennington, Wise County 4-H. Eighth place, Ethan Spindle, Whitesboro, FFA. Ninth place, Caden Cumby, Wiley Abilene, FFA. 10th place, Dawson Ship, Roby, FFA. Class 3 Durocs. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Attention in the barn, just a reminder, please bring your blue validation and your white Texas bred paperwork with you to the show ring as you bring your animal. Please bring both documents, validation and Texas bred registration, to the show ring with you as you bring your animal to the show ring. As a reminder, first through third placings need to get their picture taken at the photo backdrop. First through third must get their photo taken at the backdrop. Our pictures today are from Devin Sisk of Devin Sisk Photography. You can find her photos, and some of these individuals are taking photos ringside. Please go to devinsiskphotography.com and you might find a snapshot of your kiddo in the show ring. devinsiskphotography.com. Also, our live stream today is being operated by Taylor Fort. Thank you for all of our viewers. Attention in the barn. Just a reminder, we know things happen and tags do get ripped out, but please have a tag in the animal's ear as they enter the show ring. Please find a superintendent and we will take care of it, but an animal must have their validation tag in their ear before they enter the show ring, please. Thank you.
Well, we're just on class 2 of the day, but certainly found a challenging one here to just come up with the most logic, and I'm sure everybody's got their personal preference ringside and up in the crowd, and if you like them a different direction, we'll just agree to disagree. And honestly, I don't know if this is one of those classes we need to talk about long term, just from a logic perspective. And that doesn't mean that doesn't come with some quality, because I think it does. But at the same time, we got every shape, size, and type and kind you could imagine, all within this one setting. And now, with that being said, I think what you're liable to or willing to accept may determine how you like this class. Ultimately, there's one that I thought come with just a shot more hair, a shot more density, a shot more feature, and without a doubt is just the most comfortable out here. That's the young ladies class winner. I love that thing's height to length ratio. When you step off to the side of him, I think he balances like a good kind of show bearer from the profile. And like I said, he comes with a shot more just hair, density, and feature. Man, he's so comfortable out here. He's so loose in terms of his skeleton, so awesome, and just flexible in terms of his hip and hind leg. He's not the biggest muscled. There's no doubt in my mind for the middleweights at a Texas major, I'd like to roll his back up and just give him a shot more punch from front to rear. I called it good enough with the cards that were dealt. I love that guy's just flexibility, build, comfort level, and proportions is very, very good. I thought the bear in too, obviously best followed our class winner, just in terms of proportionality and comfort level. I actually think he comes with a shot more just chest width, blade width, and power on the top side of his skeleton. He drives away square, true, and comfortable. Unfortunately, he wanted to fight that young lady just a little bit, and I congratulate her and commend her on sticking to her, sticking to it and getting the most out of him. Ideally, we'd like to stouten him up, or I'd like to stouten him up just a bit in terms of his jawbone. I didn't see that guy to be just as smooth as his top line and his ham loin as maybe our class winner. Like I said, he comes with just a shot more muscle. Maybe we'd like to stouten his jawbone up and smooth him just a hair. Had the 1 in 3 a little all over the board, to be honest, because I think you could argue he's one of the more complete bearers in the drive, but at the same time doesn't offer as many extras as maybe it takes to get to the forefront. I like this guy's height to length ratio incredibly well from the side. He's got an awesome kind of show bearer head on him. He's a tall shouldered bearer that pulls together a strong top line, is upright on his pasterns, and square when you get right in behind him. Unfortunately, when you break him down and start to study him, he just needs to be manned up. In my opinion, at a Texas major, we got to stouten his feature, give him more just real body shape, real rib shape, and just more power when he drives right away from you. Young man, if we're just judging the front 3/4 of your bear, he wins, and it's not even close. That one comes through the sift pin, and he's big chested, he's wild looking up front. That's an awesome head and neck. He pulls together a strong top line. He's dead level in terms of his look from the side. I love his flexibility and just range of motion. Unfortunately, as they drive right away from you today, they're going to have to be square. They're going to have to be more genuine and true and just more comfortable from behind in terms of security. Man, I love the front 2/3 of him. If we could just fix him from behind, I think that thing's very, very good. Again, had the 1 in 5 a little all over the board. I think this guy checks some boxes in terms of composition, in terms of width. I like his height to length ratio very well. But again, another one when you step in, you just say, is he unique enough? I'd like to make that guy more attractive ahead of his blade. And then when we study him out of his hip and hind leg, he wants to go east and west. I didn't see that guy to be as fresh or just as sound structured as maybe some of those that preceded him. A very, very interesting class. We can drop that one out in 6. A neat piece one there that has hair, has bone, has look, got to freshen his body and make him more comfortable. From there, we work into some that just need to be fresher. Interesting group, just my opinion. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos, please. Thank you.
Your winners from Class 2 Durocs. In first place, Madeline Breimer, Atascosa County 4-H. Second place, Skylar Farley, Santa Ana FFA. Third place, Leah Pfeiffer, Academy FFA. Their animal was bred by Wintex Farms of Lubbock. In fourth place, Branton McKeehan of Merkel FFA. Their animal was bred by Phillips Show Pigs of Roscoe. Fifth place, Chloe Shelton of Potter County 4-H, bred by IDK Genetics of Amarillo. In sixth place, Alyssa Smith of Wink FFA, breeder by Clay Farms of White Deer, Texas. Seventh place, Hannah Garcia of Plainview FFA, breeder was Harkey Farms, Hale Center. In eighth place, Taylor Reed of Sweetwater FFA. Animal was bred by Watson Livestock of Cuero. Ninth place, Lacey Clark of Hondo FFA. Their breeder was Triple Barrel Show Pigs. Of Dehanis. 10th place, Matt Farmer of Colorado FFA. Their breeder was Spencer Collier Show Pigs of Albany. Class 4 Durocs, first call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Attention in the barn, this is a PSA. If you have a white Tahoe, license plate HGH78G8, white Tahoe HGH78GH, parked in front of Founders, please move your vehicle as soon as possible. Class 4 Durocs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, second call to the show ring. Exhibitors, make sure you bring your blue validation and your white Texas bred paper with you as you enter. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, please. Class 4 Durocs is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 4, third and final call to the show ring.
Well, certainly another class that we could cuss and discuss, and if you like them a different direction, I'm perfectly okay with that. When push come to shove and the dust settles, there's one that just has a shot more far-reaching, neat pieces in this judge's opinion in terms of skull, in terms of look up front, and his comfort level and freshness up high is without a doubt the best within the class, if you will. You study him up front, man, that thing's got a stout mug, yet he's neat in terms of his throat latch, prominent in his jawbone. He throws his head high above his shoulder blade, yet he's still good in terms of the angle to his skeleton up front, his knee, his front foot placement, his chest width is good. You get on top of him and there's no doubt he has the decisive advantage over the Baron too in terms of shape out of the backside of his shoulder. He drives away and he's square, true, secure, and good in that regard. I'm not going to tell you he's the most powerful when you get right in behind him, and if we're going to get picky and step off to the profile of him, he's not just dead level. He gets a little weaker in his back line because he's extra flexible. He's not just perfectly level out of his top line. Man, I think that's a power hog that offers a neat kind of look up front, and he's as comfortable and flexible as anything within class. My compliments to that exhibitor. I like the 1 and 2 in terms of proportions, in terms of height to length ratio. If we're just going to line them up with the backdrop and take a picture, I think this is how they need to look. Strong in his back line, height to shoulder is incredible, length of body is absolutely perfect. There's no doubt in my mind as the drive wore on, the straight-shouldered barrel wanted to tighten not only out of his shoulder, but out of his hip and hind leg as well, and I didn't seem to be as fresh on the top side of his skeleton. If that thing was just perfect in terms of muscle, in terms of freshness and bulk up high, I'd be more willing to give that up. Just thought that one got a little tight off either end of his skeleton. I absolutely love the balanced look and proportionality and just hind leg structure of the bear that comes into 3, excuse me. If we're just going to step off to the far and judge from the side, this is big ring kind of show bear looking in the summer in the Midwest. Tall shouldered, good looking, perfect in terms of his hip and hind leg. There just has to be more chest, young lady. There has to be more body shape. There has to be more just horsepower coming and going. Thought that young lady did an incredible job, and I absolutely love that one from the side. Just got to man him up just a bit as he comes and goes. The 1 and 4 does have the width and the muscle that I'm after. Man, that thing's big chested. He's monster shouldered. He is stout in every indicator. He's got a big tail root, a big mug. He is short backed for those of you guys that like that. I just got to make that one better in terms of his look and in terms of his build from the side. He gets a little more pronounced in his crest. He's staler up through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. I'd like to relax him in his shoulder blade as well. Man, that one's got a lot of real product though. I think he's a genuine hog that's big muscled, has chest width, and has power. Lots of neat pieces in the 1 and 5. And young lady, I was tempted to tie into this one because where he's good, I think he's incredibly good. He's tall shouldered, he's big backed, and as they drive right away from you, he's wide, true, and square, yet flexible in terms of his hind legs, square and secure when you get right in behind him. I absolutely love that image from behind. Unfortunately, when you step off to the profile, we got to stouten him in his jawbone, we got to level him in his top line, particularly out of his hip, and then we need to pick him up on all 4 pasterns. Man, that thing's got some neat pieces though. He's a wide skeleton one that's still good looking, still flexible. We just got to make him more complete, make him just more fault free in that regard. I thought the young lady did an incredible job though getting that one drove. From there we work into some, again, either maybe fall out of bed from a freshness perspective, beginning to show their age, particularly within the Duroc breed, or maybe some that just need to be a little sounder structured. Interesting class, just my opinion. Let's make some noise for those kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 3. First place, Lawson Bice, Randall County 4-H. Second place, Helen Dudley of New Braunfels FFA. Third place, Taylor West, Sinton FFA. The breeder of their animal was K-Max Livestock. Fourth place, Jimmy Fortner, Blue Ridge FFA. Breeder comes from Fortner Show Pigs. Fifth place, Elizabeth Babb, Snyder FFA. Breeder was Utley Farms. In sixth place, Claire Kishnick of Brazos County 4-H. Their breeder was Berger Farms. In seventh place, Brayley Butler, Armstrong County 4-H. Their breeder was Brayley Butler. In eighth place, Callie Silko of Comal County 4-H. Their breeder was Conran's 3C Show Pigs. In ninth place, Chloe Rathiel of Stamford FFA. Their breeder was Frankowiak Show Pigs. 10th place, Josephine Kelly, Rawls FFA, LL Genetics. If you are a first or second place in classes 1 through 3 Durocs, please start making your way to the show ring. This is your first call. First and second places, class 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. Start making your way to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class winners of class 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. This is your second call to the show ring. First and second place of classes 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. Please make your way to the show ring. Second call. Attention in the barn. If you are the owner or driver of a black Ford F-150, you are parked on the west side of the barn. Please remove your vehicle. Black F-150 on the west side of the barn. Please move your vehicle immediately. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring, please. Class 5 Dark OPB, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 5 Dark OPB, Class 5 to the show ring.
Well, again, a very challenging class to just come up with the most logic, and unfortunately maybe the class winner that wanted to wear out on us, but with the cards that are dealt, I just felt like that was the power, genuine hog of the drive that still maintained some look and quality when you step off to the side of him. And again, he wanted to give out just a bit on us, and I apologize for maybe taking a little extra time. Big chested, big shoulder bladed. He's massive on the top side of his skeleton, wide and powerful when you get right in behind him. Fit good, skin and hair is right. Like I said, wanted to wear out on us So we'll get him a drink and bring him back. Certainly a nice place to go ahead and start within a class that I thought certainly presented some challenges from top to bottom. I like the just practical kind of build of the bear that comes into 2. He's long out of his rump. He's flexible, square, true, and good when you get right in behind him. No doubt for me, at a Texas Major, he just needs more punch, particularly through the center portion of his body. He needs to be the flattest in his rib, and maybe we're fighting some weight, not only on this bear, but maybe some on down the line as well. But a good-looking, level design kind of hog that's flexible out of his top line. Thought he'd fit into that second hole real safely. In this particular class, obviously he doesn't come with just as many extras, particularly through the center portion of his body in relation to those others. If we could fix the knee and chest and just the front view of the young lady's bear that comes into 3, I think we found our class winner, because, man, that one's manly-like in his skull. He pulls together the right kind of top line and proportions right from the side. His view from behind and view on the top side of his skeleton is absolutely the best within this particular class, and it's not even close. I love that guy as he drives right away from you. For a power hog, he's still wide and square and true and good in terms of his hind leg. Again, he just absolutely has to be better as he drives right at you. Again, the 1 and 4 maybe wanted to wear out on us just a bit. I could get behind this one, though, at one time. Had you winning, young lady. That's a tall-shouldered, good-looking one that pulls together a strong kind of top line. His image from the side is awfully hard to ignore. I didn't read that guy to be as fresh in terms of his body. We need to intensify his rear bone work to get any higher. And then, like I said, as the drive wore on, he wanted to give out just a bit. Good skin and hair, awesome showmanship, way good looking up through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Just need to fix him in a place or two. On the other end of the spectrum, we got another power hog that comes in next. Again, monster rib, big shoulder blade. I love this guy's view from behind in terms of one that's on the edge but still maintains squareness. He's hairy, he's dense, he's stout. We have to fix him as he drives right at you, much like the bear there in 3. And then compared to some of those that precede him, he's beginning to show his age just a bit. He's crestier, he's more pronounced just about his look up front. But man, give credit where credit's due. I think where that one's good in terms of stoutness, in terms of being a short-backed one, in terms of being square when you get right in behind him. I can like a lot of things about that one. Stout skulled, good looking, good bear from a compositional perspective. It's easy to see from the outside looking in. He just needs more body there in that regard. Young lady does a good job. Young lady in 7, I told her, man, that's a good looking one. Skin and hair is awesome. I bet that was an awesome baby pig. We got to intensify his bone work, level him in his top, and square him from behind. From there, we run into some pigs that just need to be better from a build perspective. Interesting class. Just take them how you like them. Certainly could jumble up that top end, and I wouldn't argue. My compliments to all the kids.
Good. Huh? You want me to announce class 4 and then go into the breed? Or do you want to just... You got it. No. Not yet. It's all you. We'll now go into our Duroc Champion Drive. Coming from first, Class 1, Jackson Powell, Jordanton FFA. Yeah. Your Class 2 winner is Madeline Breimer, Atascosa County 4-H. Your Class 3 winner was Kason Bice, Randall County 4-H. And your Class 4 winner was Bax Edwards of the Idalou FFA. Dark OPB, this is your second call to the show ring. Dark OPB, second call to the show ring.
Well, we get these class winners back out here from the red division, and very pleased with the quality that we do have, and more importantly, pleased with how they're presented. I think these hogs are, good in terms of their skin and hair and freshness. Obviously, we could nitpick them all in a place or two, but all these, again, like all these I said, they're all presented well. The kids are dressed to impress. You can tell that they're into their projects and they're intense out here and they want to win. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. We could talk them, go back and talk them. To be honest, nothing's changed from class till now, to be honest. I like a lot of things about each and every one of them. We could tweak them all maybe in an area or two. There's one out here, though, I just keep coming back to. I think he come out of the toughest class of the day. He's big-chested. He's monster-like in terms of his skull, yet fresh enough, I think, from an appearance perspective up through the front one-third of his skeleton. I think he's one of the two fresher bears just in terms of shape. On the top side of his skeleton, he's square and comfortable when you get right in behind him. And I think pound for pound, without a doubt, has the just most foot size, the most feature, and one that's just so comfortable, stout, massive, and square. When you do that in any kind of species of livestock, you're going to be competitive. Young man out of Class 1, you'll be our champion.
Your Duroc champion comes from Class 1, Jackson Powell, Jordanton FFA. Entering the ring is second place, Jaden Van Alsdal from Canyon Lake, FFA.
We bring that second in, and he fits right in the mix, and I truly mean that. I know a lot of guys will say that on the mic, but that's truly the case here. That thing comes out, and man, he's proportional, he's balanced, he's got a flexible kind of hind leg, yet he's good from a compositional perspective. He's got shape and where he needs to be at this stage of the game. I think he fits that weight division incredibly well. Is he as stout or maybe as unique up to the front one-third of his skeleton, just in terms of jawbone and cleanliness of throat latch and cheek? Maybe not, but I think he fits in the mix. Some others that we can talk about in no particular order. We'll talk them all. The young man that comes out of the last class, I love that thing's just skull and power. He's a big-chested bear that's right from a length of body perspective, and for a heavyweight, I think good still from a compositional aspect. Obviously, he wanted to tighten just a bit as the drive wore on, and that certainly makes things just a little more difficult out here. The young lady there in the blue vest with the orange sleeves, I love that thing's just bone, hair, and comfort level. Does he have just enough chest? Does he have enough back? Does he have just enough horsepower when you get right in behind him? That's the question to ask yourself. But man, that's the most comfortable one. He's hairy, he's dense, he's balanced, he's proportional, he's awesome in terms of his, just the way he's assembled from the side. Does he have just enough hard muscle shape to be reserved today? And then the young man here closest to me, he's got one that I think when you study the good in him, I think maybe has as many good parts and pieces as anything. Man, I love that thing's skull. I love his jawbone, his cleanliness and neck and throat latch is awfully impressive. He approaches you manly-like in his chest. He's big and carved out in terms of his back and his shape up high. He's not the biggest in terms of his rear foot size and bone. I'd like to spread him just a bit when you get right in behind him. I think he's one of the two power hogs out here, though, that certainly keeps flexibility in check. He's my second favorite today, young man. You'll be reserved.
Your reserve champion comes from Class 3, Mr. Cason Weiss, Randall County 4-H. Class 5, Dark OPB, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Third and final call, Class 5, Dark OPB. Will the parents of the exhibitors of the champion and reserve champion animals please meet your exhibitor at the backdrop? Parents of the exhibitors of those who are chosen champion and reserve champions, please meet your exhibitor in the back. We need exhibitor entry number 2442 of Potter County 4-H and exhibitor number 6093, Deer Park FFA. We need your animals to the show ring, please. Attention in the barn. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after the conclusion of the white OPBs. 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the white OPB breed. Your results from Class 4 Durocs. In first place was Bax Edwards of Idalou FFA. Second place, Jacob Powell, Jordanton FFA. Third place, Kenley Scott, Midland County 4-H. Breeder was Philip Showpigs. Fourth place, Tinley Wilson, Brownwood FFA. Their breeder was Cozart Family Genetics. Fifth place, Paisley Fulton. Their animal was bred by Spencer Collier Showpigs. Sixth place, Lindley Bice of Randall County 4-H. Breeder was Philip Showpigs. Seventh place, Cadence Butler. Their breeder was JDF Farms. Eighth place, Hayes Dean, Jim Ned, FFA. Their breeder was Silver Valley Showpigs. Ninth place, Callie Matthews of San Patricio County 4-H. Their breeder was Clay Farms. And in 10th place of Class 4, Brindley Hatfield of Monday FFA. Their breeder was Lowry Livestock. Class 6, Dark OPB. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 6, Dark OPB. First call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all of the exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 6. This is your second call to the show ring. Class 6, second call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
Well, a few more in this class, and I apologize for taking a little extra time, but I understand what it takes to get to this point. When I leave Austin, I want to make sure there's no stones unturned. There's a very good handle on this particular class, and I'm not going to tell you he's the widest or the biggest muscled one that we've seen all day or we'll see all weekend, but that's my speed right there from the profile guys. That one's tall-shouldered, he's stout-mugged, yet he's still good in terms of his set to his shoulder, knee, and front foot placement is absolutely off the charts. He pulls together a strong top line. He's got a big tail root. It's cranked way up there. His hind leg has absolutely no quit in it. Like I said, he's not the biggest chest or the widest one we've seen all day. Everything fits. Everything's proportional. We're in the lightweights of dark cross or dark OPBs. That one's hairy. That one's dense. He's sound. He's good looking. Young lady's a hammer on the stick. A very, very good place to go ahead and start. I wish this 1 and 2 would just grab a gear and go. And I know maybe his skeleton doesn't allow him to do that, but I think past that, I think that's good spotted kind of swine there. A tall shoulder one level on his top line. I think good good from a compositional perspective. He's manly-like in his forearm and bone work. Like I said, I think he's good from a compositional perspective. He's not the longest stepping one we've seen all day, and when we compare him back to that class winner, there's no doubt in my mind he's not as tricked out looking up through the front one-third of his skeleton, but I think just a real solid, safe one there to go in second. My compliments to that young lady. Does a good job getting the most out of him, and at the same time, I think that one's presented incredibly well. The trouble one of the class comes in 3, and if you like this one higher or way lower, I'm not going to argue, because he has a significant hole or two, but past that, that is maybe as good of a piece of livestock in terms of a couple areas that we've seen all day. That is an absolutely giant back. I don't know who's in charge of getting that one ready, but he is swelled up and has a crisp back laid in him. He's monster-like in his front foot, forearm, skull, his rear bone, and flexibility is just absolutely incredible. You'd expect him to be ugly and plain when you step off to the side of him. That's not the case. He's tall-shouldered. He's good-looking. He has a beautiful show barrow head and neck on him. Very flexible in terms of his top line and perfect in terms of his proportions. There's no doubt in my mind. We got to fix him coming at you when we dang sure got to fix him as he drives right away. If we could square him from behind, we might go ahead and go to the backdrop, young man, because where he's good, I think he's absolutely the best one that we've seen today. We just got to fix him in that area. We got to draw the line in the sand there and square him from behind. I like this pig and that comes in next, just in terms of checking a lot of boxes. I think a good compositional barrow here that's good in his chest. I think he's right from a fluff perspective. He's got hard shape up high. He's incredibly square, secure, and genuine when you get right off to this behind him, For me, he became just a little raw and piecey in his top line. I read him to be too flat in his forerib. I read him to be too dry in his body. And then on a stage this big, I'd like to fluff him up high and just make him blend his top line just a bit better. Young man's a showman, though. I think does an incredibly good job. A good-looking show barrow that's got real muscle, has squareness, and keeps structure in check. A nice kind of fourth-place barrow there. On the other end of the spectrum, we got a sound, big-bodied, fleshy one here that come in next. I think this thing looks like a purebred, and I don't know if that's a popular comment, but flexible in his skeleton, awesome in terms of his forerib shape and the spread that he has up high. I told that young lady I didn't see just the foot size or the stoutness of feature, particularly in his rear leg structure, as those ones that preceded him. Man, that's a level-topped one, though, that's long out of his rump, incredibly good in terms of his skeleton, and still has some muscle to boot. I thought maybe just needed to be a little more tricked out in terms of his bone and his look up front to get any higher. Same goes for the one that comes out next. I think a sound-structured, good-bodied one. Got a little piecier in terms of his build from the side. Need to freshen him up front. Real neat class. A good one there on the top side, and certainly lots of parts and pieces on down the line. My compliments to all those kiddos. Let's make some noise for them, please.
Attention in the barn, along with validation tags. There is to be no substances of any kind on your animal. Water only. No substance other than water on your animal. Your winners from Class 5. In first place, Bliss Basir, Lubbock County, 4-H. Second place, Peyton Rayburn, Hamilton, FFA. Third place, Reggie Spencer, Albany, FFA. Their breeder was Lindner Show Pigs. Fourth place, Andon Usner of Fredericksburg, FFA. Their breeder was Usner Livestock. Fifth place, Briley Barons, Lee County, 4-H. Breeder was Burger Farms. Sixth place, London Bowman of Davenport, FFA. Their breeder was MT Hart Livestock. Seventh place, Grayson Utley, Knox City, FFA. Bred by Utley Farms. Eighth place, Rance York, Goldthwaite, FFA. Bred by Weishen Brothers Show Pigs. Ninth place, Riley Smith, Midland County, 4-H. Bred by Nice Show Pigs. 10th place, Jesse Hartnett, Wall, FFA. Bred by Weishen Brothers Show Pigs. Class 7, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 7, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 7, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 7, second call to the show ring.
Well, I think a nice class here. And again, lots of different parts and pieces. And I know I start a lot of classes with that opening comment, but that's the fact of the matter. That's what pigs shows are today, right, wrong, or indifferent. We're chasing lots of pieces, and sometimes maybe just putting them all together in the most collected fashion can become the most difficult. With that being said, I'm very, very pleased with this top pair, and they differ drastically in terms of the positives and negatives that they bring to the forefront. There's no doubt in my mind there is one that is substantially heavier muscle, bigger backed, and stouter ended when you get right up on top of them and just study the genuine muscle and product that they have. And I'm not here to just muscle them out, but I think this spot has a decisive advantage in that regard. He comes at you, he's good in his chest, and that tells the story from there back. He is by some margin more crisp right out of the backside of his shoulder. He is turned up and rolled up in that regard, and absolutely incredible from that aspect. Good skin and hair, and I think young man gets the most out of him out here. He's not perfect, maybe from a skeletal perspective. I'd like to lay his shoulder blade back in him just a hair, and because of that, he wants to roach up in there in his loin edge and his spine just a bit more than I'd consider ideal. I still call his front foot good. I still call his knee good. I still think his hind leg and just comfort level from behind is good. And then you study him from a quality and balance perspective from the side. I think everything fits together relatively well. We could change him just a bit, like I said, fix him there in his crest and his spine just a bit. I think that's where the class winner, that's where the one in second has the advantage. There's no doubt in my mind. These are some classic trade-offs. I love the foot size, the stoutness of feature, and the comfort level of the bear in two, and maybe that changes from class to class, but I think maybe we just got to figure out, does this one have enough? And I think that's where he ends up second on my card today. I love that bear. His comfort level, I love his bone, I love his hair, I love his density. I still think his height, the link ratio, and the way he pieces together from the side are very, very good in his own right. I think a hog that's still acceptable enough from a width perspective. He just needs more muscle when you get up on top of him to beat that impressive class winner. I wish he had just more shape and expression, and he drives away and has the same disadvantage in relation to that class winner. Man, that's a neat one, though. I think stout featured and very, very comfortable. Still has the right kind of length of body. Still good from a compositional perspective within the Berkshire division. I like the Berkshire bear that comes out next, just from a compositional perspective, real well. He's got the right kind of shape on the top side of his skeleton. He drives away square, true, and comfortable in that regard, and still a bear that's blessed with some muscle and hip when you get in behind him. Unfortunately, he comes right at you. He has to be better in his chest and knee and front foot placement. I didn't see that guy to maybe be as fresh either as those two that preceded him, but a very good bear there in his own right that fits in that third hole very, very comfortably in my mind. Good skin and hair and showmanship. Young man gets the most out of the one that comes in next. Stout skulled, I think got a good kind of hind leg. It maybe reads to be just a little bit drier in his forerib and more tucked up in his flank. I didn't see just as much width at the ground, particularly going away as maybe I'd consider ideal. But a hog that's good in his own right, I think fits that fourth place spot there relatively well. I like the front 2/3 of the bear that comes in next. I told that young man, good looking, has shape up high, good in terms of his feet and legs. He just has to have more muscle when you get right in behind him. Young lady in 6, again, does a great job. I love the front 3/4 of that bear. We need to lengthen his rump and just make him more coordinated in his own right. Interesting class, just my opinion. Let's make some noise and show him our appreciation, please.
Your Class 6 winners, first place, Colt Hart, Caldwell FFA. Second place, Kaylin Langford, Victoria County 4-H. Third place, Lee Fortner, Blue Ridge FFA, bred by Fortner Show Pigs. Fourth place, Aiden Hughes, Potter County 4-H, bred by IDK Genetics. Fifth place, Matthew Gober, Haskell FFA, bred by Utley Farms. Sixth place, Morgan West, Davenport FFA, bred by Foot Farms. Seventh place, Reagan Slow, Tarrant County 4-H, bred by Underdog Genetics. Eighth place, Emily Pumpa, Samuel Clements FFA, bred by Empty Heart Livestock. Ninth place, Dustin Gray, Van Alstyne FFA, bred by Royal Crown Show Pigs. And 10th place, Georgia Kelly, Bells FFA, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Attention in the barn. For those with chairs and camping stations in front of the show ring alley, if we could scoot those back and make more room so it's a little bit more conducive for animals to get in to the show ring as possible, we'd be much appreciated. Class 8, first call to the show ring. Class 8, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all of these exhibitors in the show ring a round of applause as they exit. Just a reminder, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the white OPBs. 30-minute lunch break after white OPB. Class 8, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 8, second call to the show ring. Class 8, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 8, third and final call.
Well, every class is different, and how they come at you is a new set of cards every time. Sometimes the power hog wins, sometimes the good-looking one wins, and I was having that conversation with my buddies the other day. I think a lot of times we want to get all wrapped up in standing ringside and talking about consistency, and at the end of the day, guys, they ain't all going to look the same. I don't care who's judging. Good ones beat bad ones, regardless of what quality you're talking, and with that being said, I think this top pair could both be just a nickel better in their knee as they drive right at you. Within the pair, though, I thought there was a big difference just in terms of chest width, in terms of hard muscle shape, and look up front. The young man there in the pink's got one that's so good from a compositional perspective. I don't care what breed we're talking. I think that one's good looking. He is shaped out and carved out in terms of his back, and from behind is wide, true, square, and comfortable. I'd like to blend him just a bit better in terms of where his neck ties into his shoulder blade, and then he wants to get so big muscled up there. He gets a little bit piecier and bunchier in terms of his muscle. I still love that guy's look. I love his comfort level. I love his height to shoulder in relation to his length of body. I think he does so many things that are hard to do all in one collected fashion. A nice place to go ahead and start. There is a very, very far-reaching animal here in second that's probably a chest and a jump muscle away from being incredible. I love this guy's just stoutness of feature and comfort level. He's got as big of a hind leg as maybe anything we've seen today. Still a hog that's blessed with a ton of muscle and product when you get on the top side of his skeleton. I like his height to link ratio, very good. I didn't see that guy to be as good in his chest as maybe I'd consider ideal. When you step off to the side and study him from the profile, he wants to come up there in his jump muscle. Wanted to wear out on us just a bit, and that still doesn't maybe affect his placing. Again, I got to fix him there in an area or two. Young lady's a hammer on the stick, does a very good job there. That bear I just wanted to wear out. An interesting one here in third, and honestly, if you like this one to win, I could actually listen to that because I think this guy's as square, genuine, and true as anything within this top trio. I think he's a good-looking bear that pulls together a strong kind of top line. He's got the light kind of maturity and length of body. Again, another young lady here that does just incredible on the stick. In relation to those two that precede him, there's no doubt in this judge's mind, he's the flattest in his rib, the flattest in his body, the most generic in terms of his shape and spread up high. He wanted a wrinkle there in his ham loin. I know that's getting awful critical, but on a stage this big, we need to fix him in that regard or make him more impressive in that regard to get him into the top pair. I think that's a sale-making bear, though. I think a very, very good one. Young lady does an incredible job. Another's a hammer here on the stick. Young man in 4 gets the most out of the spot. I know these spots can be a little hard to drive. A tall-shouldered, good-looking one that's good from a compositional perspective. I love this guy's pastern strength in relation to his shoulder height. That guy drives away so square, so true, so comfortable. I thought in relation to those others, he was a little more fragile in his jawbone. He gets a little longer in his beak than maybe I'd consider ideal. If we could change his head, I know that's maybe getting critical, but if we could change his head, I think that one could certainly work up a place or two. Young man in 5, excuse me, man, you're so close. I think this bear has symmetry from the side. I think his image from the side is absolutely incredible. And if we're just going to drive him to the backdrop and take a picture, this may be the best one. Big-legged, incredible in terms of his presence, stout in his jawbone, yet wild in his neck, level in his top line. He gets a rib longer and a rib flatter through the center portion of his body. And then when asked to drive, I don't know if he maybe injured something there just a little bit. He gets a little hitch in his get-along just in terms of his length of step, particularly off his rear left. But, man, I think where that one's good. He's awfully good. Same goes for the one that comes in next, a neat kind of bear that needs more body shape, that maybe got a little off in terms of his rear leg. I thought one of the deeper classes that we've seen today, not only in terms of hog, but the showmanship. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 7, Cooper in first place, Cooper Overstreet, Tahoka FFA. Second place, Brendel Harper, Lamb County 4-H. Third place, Ransley Bales, Potter County 4-H, bred by Huseman Hogs. In fourth place, Cash Morgan, Sterling City 4-H, bred by Wysoon Brothers Show Pigs. Fifth place, Christian Lund, Ira FFA, bred by Mades Show Pigs. Sixth place, Jet Raymakers, Nazareth FFA, bred by Jet Ramakers. Seventh place, Lily Ford, Westlaco FFA, bred by 4F Livestock. Eighth place, Jenny Sullivan, Idaloo FFA, bred by Chance Waldrip. Ninth place, Caleb Taylor, Stephenville FFA, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. And 10th place, Shelby Pemple of Comal County 4-H, bred by Canisi Show Pigs. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. At this time, if we can have the first and second place winners of Class 5, 6, and 7, this is your first call to the show ring. Class winners of Class 5, 6, and 7, this is your first call to the show ring. First and second placings from class 5, 6, and 7. Second call to the show ring. First and second placings from class 5, 6, and 7. Please make your way to the show ring. Second call.
Good, Troy. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second placings, class 5, 6, and 7. This is your third and final call to the show ring. First and second placings for classes 5, 6, and 7. Please bring your animals to the show ring. Class 9, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 9, first call.
Well, again, lots of different types and kinds, and certainly you'll have that when you mix the breeds. But I think still, the basics are still covered. I think, good hogs still beat bad hogs, and so on and so forth. With that being said, we're left with a pair of these Berkshires that just have a shot more extras, whether that be look and freshness or stoutness and squareness or whatever it may be. I thought this pair, offered something that kind of set them towards the forefront of this particular heavyweight class here. And obviously, there's maybe not a one out here that's just absolutely perfect with a perfect kind of attitude, but I think just freshness and look and just more my speed up front favors the bear that wins the class. I love that guy's just head and neck. In terms of talking heavyweights, he still looks youthful in his kind. He has the advantage in terms of body shape. He has the advantage in terms of rib shape and freshness on the top side of his skeleton. More importantly, I think he's set back in his shoulder and gets out of his front skeleton with just more flex and reach, and has a really good kind of hind leg when you get behind him. He doesn't come without faults. I wish he'd piece together just a bit better there in his hamloin junction and his top line, but I think with the cards that were dealt, I called it acceptable enough in this particular class. A nice kind of bear to go ahead and win here that's good looking, fresh, and presented incredibly well. The bear that has some far reaching pieces is in second. I think just in terms of rear foot size, stoutness of bone, and squareness from behind, I think is as good as anything that we've seen within this particular class. He's short-backed and stout from every angle, big in his skull, big in his shoulder blade. I love his length of body. I love his absolute squareness and just wow factor when you get right in behind him. I thought that guy could be better in his chest and knee as he drove right at you, and then you step off to the side of him. He's a little crestier in his neck and pushed too far forward in his shoulder blade. I didn't think maybe got out of his front skeleton or blended quite as well from the side as maybe I'd consider ideal. I think that's a very neat one there, though. It has some far-reaching pieces in terms of his proportions, in terms of his feature. On the other end of the spectrum, we've got one that's just incredibly athletic and long in his hip. Unfortunately, he doesn't piece together quite as well from the side. He gets a rib longer in terms of his length of body, more than maybe I'd consider ideal. Man, that one's big-backed and massive, though, when you study him in his rib cage, and absolutely flawless from a structural perspective, particularly in his hind leg. He's really long, and his rump structure utilizes his hind leg very effectively out here. Again, gets a shot long in terms of his length of body in relation to maybe what I'd consider ideal, but a neat kind of pig there to be in third. On the other end of the spectrum, we got a shorter backed kind of spot there that's more compositionally probably correct than a couple others that fall below him. I love where that guy's at from a youthful perspective for a heavyweight kind of dark OPB out here. He's good looking, he's hard shaped up high, he's a big chested bear that drives away incredibly square and true. We need to pick him up and fix him in his front foot. I didn't see that guy to have as much just feature as those ones that preceded him, or as maybe as much just rib shape or body shape when you got right up on top of him. I like a lot of things about the Poland bear that comes in next. He's massive up high, he's massive from behind, maintains flexibility very well. We got to fix him as he drives right at you. He wants to wing out in his elbow and get a little coon-footed up front, and then from the profile, if we're going to break him down as well, I didn't see that guy to be maybe his blend his pieces maybe as good as I'd consider ideal, but give credit where credit's due. It's always hard to make them wide and keep flexibility in check. I think that's a big-chested, wide skeleton kind of bear that's very flexible off either end of the skeleton. Now on the other end, again, we've got one that's on the other end of the spectrum, short-backed and very balanced and proportional. I wish this guy had a bigger engine just in terms of range of motion and flexibility, and I'd be more acceptable of that, but he needs to be the most fragile in his feature and needs to be stouter in his rear bone. Told that young man, that thing's skin and hair and presentation is absolutely incredible. Again, if we're just going to take him to the backdrop, I like that guy's proportions real well. From there, we run into some that are just beginning to show their age, need to be wider and squarer at their foundation, or just a little fresher in terms of their kind. So an interesting class for sure. Lots of different parts and pieces. Let's make some noise for all those exhibitors, please.
Class 9, this is your second call to the show ring. We'll now move into our breed drive for dark OPB. Coming from Class 5, we have Bliss Basir, Lubbock County 4-H. From Class 6, Colt Hart, Caldwell, FFA. From Class 7, Cooper Overstreet, Tahoka, FFA. And from Class 8, Garrett Echtel, Medina Valley, FFA.
Well, sometimes there was some speed bumps to get to this point, and like I said earlier, that comes with any big show. I don't care what level we're talking. Lots of different things to sort out and some lines to draw in the sand and try to figure out, what are you going to determine acceptable enough. With that being said, very pleased with these 4 out here, and if you had one behind them and thought you should be out here, that's okay. Go home, try harder next time. It's just my opinion today, but I'm very, very pleased with the 4 that we do have out here. There's some parts and pieces to gravitate to, but there's one that's absolutely bulletproof in my opinion. Incredible in terms of presence, incredible in terms of proportions, absolutely flawless in terms of his hind leg, and he comes with extra bone. I think he's good enough in every other area that you want to talk about. I think he is just absolutely incredible in terms of his build, proportions, bone, and balance. Young lady that comes out of Class 1, you'll be our champion.
Your champion, Darko PB, comes from Class 5, Bliss Basir, Lubbock County 4-H. From Class 5, second place, Peyton Railborn, Hamilton, FFA.
Dropped that second in that particular class. I thought was really, really good and deep, and I know maybe they're not the heaviest ones out here, but I guess I haven't really asked any weight today. It doesn't matter if they come through the ring today or tomorrow. They're eligible to win. In my opinion, we'll just let that weight thing kind of roll on. It doesn't really matter to this particular guy, right, wrong, or indifferent. That thing comes in and I think fits the bill incredibly well. He's stout-featured and good-looking and square and safe when you get right in behind him. He's probably not pushed back in his shoulder blade or is tricked out in his shape as maybe I'd consider ideal. The young man's spot there in front of me is absolutely crisp back and massive when you get up on top of him. I still think good enough from a skeletal quality perspective to be in the heat, be out here. If we're going to get critical of him, we could fix his crest, fix his shoulder blade, relax him in his spine just a bit. Young man that comes out of last class, I said that's one that's so good looking for a heavyweight and fresh. I would encourage you to get up on top of him. His body shape reads right. He's a round in terms of his rib shape, and that facilitates to his mass and freshness up high. He's maybe not as stout in his feature as one or another, and he comes apart in his ham loin just a bit. Young man's got in the pink here's got one that come out of a very, very good class, and I remember that top pair very, very well. I thought both of them were blessed with extra stoutness and power. I thought within that particular pair, he had the advantage in terms of chest width, hard muscle shape, and look ahead of his blade. He comes out here and certainly fits the bill incredibly well. He maybe doesn't piece together right in his top line and right out of the backside of his shoulder as maybe good as I'd consider 100%. But man, that thing's wide. He's powerful. He's sound. He's got a giant back. Young man does a very good job. That's my second favorite today, right there in the pink.
Your reserve champion comes from Class 7, Cooper Overstreet, Tahoka, FFA. Yes, we did. Now you can't get a minor with the certification, I guess. But that was even before I was a minor.
We can minor in ag com, but you can't minor in animal science. You can only double major.
Why?
I think it has to do with the like prereqs. Like they want, if you're gonna do animal science, they want you to take all the other stuff. I don't really know though, because I looked at doing like ag leadership and development and double animal science, because you used to have the prereqs or whatever the main one was, and then the animal science, and you just take all those classes on top of it. But I think the reason why it's not a minor is because you have to take all of the animal science classes.
You should
But I
only
don't
have to
know,
take
it's still
18 hours
weird.
to get a minor.
Yeah, it's still weird, but they don't offer one. But when I did it, they were like, no, that you still have to take all the sciences for animal science. So I just
Cooper?
took animal science.
Overstreet from Tahoka. Just a reminder, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the breed drive for white OPB. 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of the breed champion, white OPB. Just a reminder, placings 1 through 3 in all classes need to get a picture taken at the backdrop. Placings 1 through 3 need a picture. Any breed champion and breed reserve champion, we need a parent or representative of the exhibitor to go down to the floor with the student. Champion and breed and reserve breed champions must have a representative with the exhibitor. Your results from Class 8, Dark OPB, first place Garrett Echtel, Medina Valley FFA. Second place, Coulter Winter, Lubbock County 4-H. Third place, Braylon Brandenberger, McCulloch County 4-H, bred by Burger Farms. Fourth place, Cashley Dickinson of Canyon FFA, bred by Striped Shadow Show Pigs. Fifth place, Henley Wagner of Hamilton FFA, bred by All-Star Show Pigs. Sixth place, Roxton Stone, Martin County 4-H, bred by Biggs Livestock. Seventh place, Zach Huseman, Nazareth FFA, bred by Zach Huseman. Eighth place, James Romero, Archer County 4-H, bred by Exceed Genetics. Ninth place, Kenley McCoy, Friendship FFA, bred by Fishbacher Show Pigs. 10th place, Jackson Kane, Bell County 4-H, bred by Wintex Farms. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring, please. Class 10, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 10, first call to the show ring. Class 10, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 10, second call to the show ring. On behalf of Rodeo Austin and the superintendents of the Barra Show, we just want to say thank you to those individuals that moved their campsites and chairs out of the alleyway and made the ease of pigs to come to the show ring a whole lot easier. So thank you for helping us out. Class 10, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 10, third and final call to the show ring.
Well, just the first class of white OPBs here, but man, it's ruthless, and it comes with some hits and some punches early. They came in back there through the SIF pin. They came in early and they came in often. I think I sent the first 5 or 6 to the scales, and man, they get back out here. And I'm not telling you there's a perfect one, but this is a breed. Really, any breed right now is not the easiest to put together. And with that being said, this class comes with a ton of quality and a ton of depth. And unfortunately, they can't all be sailmakers. But man, I think the quality of showmen and pigs in this class alike are both very, very good. The He-Man wins on the my card today, one that's just overwhelming in terms of the power and dimension and stoutness that he has. He's the class leader in foot. He's the class leader in bone. He's got the biggest back. He's the stoutest ended when you get right in behind him. And then I think even though he's not perfect in terms of his look up front, I'd like to make him a little shallower in his neck. He gets a little deep tying in that regard. But even though he's not perfect in that regard, I still think he's arguably as good looking as anything within the top 4 or 5 here that come with some extra punch. I still think his height to length ratio is good. I still think his balance is right. I called his structure good enough. He's not a cat by any means. I think his angles read right. I think his hip and hind leg is still more than acceptable. A very, very nice pig to go ahead and win this particular class. The one that goes second does have the big square, bendy kind of hind leg, and if you're into that, and I am too, that's maybe where you want to tie into him and roll with him, and I could listen to that because he's still accompanied with chest width. He still has back shape, and he still has muscle when you get right in behind him. I didn't see that guy to be as good tying in terms of where he ties his neck into his shoulder blade. I didn't see him to be as stout or as massive in terms of his back or his upper rib as that class winner, and again, we could make him just a shot better looking up through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Man, that one's the right length of body. He's got muscle. He's good in his front passer, and he's good in his knee set and shoulder set. He's got muscle from on the top side of his skeleton. A very, very nice second place pig. Young lady in 3, man, this one was the first one that come through the chutes back there, and I thought there's the class winner of the light class of light OPBs, because what more could you want out of the first pig through the gate? He's good looking. He's shapely. He's good and from a compositional perspective. When he gets out here in the big ring and push comes to shove, I read him to be a little more upright in his shoulder blade. He drives at you. He's not as good in his chest and knee. He's not as good in his front foot placement. And just in terms of horsepower and bone, I thought he ranked 3rd within that top trio. We could also relax him there in his rear passer. And man, that's a high quality barrow, young lady. He's good looking. He's level backed. He's balanced and proportional. He's good from a compositional perspective. A very, very good 3rd place Chester barrow there in his own right. Again, another very good one here to come in 4 that when this young lady loaded up, I'm going to guess didn't expect to be 4th. He's maybe as tricked out in terms of his back shape up high as anything within this particular class. He comes at you square and secure in his front foot and knee. He drives away with the same advantage. Unfortunately, when you step up to the profile, he's the one that comes the most apart for this particular judge. He's got more throat latch. He's got more cheek. He needs to be stouter in his jaw. He's more pronounced in his crest. If we could change his look and just his balance and symmetry from the side, man, I think that's an awfully, awfully good one that pushes hard to win this particular class. Tall-shouldered, good-looking one that comes in next. Need to relax him in his knee, front foot, and pasture, just the way that he's assembled from a skeletal perspective up through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Man, shoulder blade back, though, man, young man, that one's very, very good. He's got a big, big hind leg in him. He's good from a compositional perspective. From there, we're working to some barrows that maybe either fall out from a power aspect or just need to be better from front to rear in terms of the way that they're assembled. Very, very good class. I'm fired up. Let's make some noise for these exhibitors, please.
Your results from Class 9. First place, Memphis Hauser, Collin County 4-H. Second place, Landon Sotsky, Seminole FFA. Third place, Blair Heinrich, Lubbock County 4-H, bred by JDF Farms. Fourth place, Peyton Easter of Tahoka FFA, bred by Byers Farms. Fifth place, Rhett Reed of Crum FFA, bred by Vincent Farms. Sixth place, Jagger Collier, Snyder FFA, bred by Byers Farms. Seventh place, Leighton Shadle, Victoria County 4-H, bred by G-Tube Show Pigs. Eighth place, Jackson Hammer, Potter County 4-H, bred by Chad Hill. Ninth place, Kendi Smith, Midland County 4-H, bred by Meyer Show Pigs. 10th place, Catherine Rudwick, Davenport FFA, bred by Alderson Farms. At this time, if we can have the first and seconds from Class 9 return back to the show ring. Please come get your pig. Yeah, I would think. Pretty close to what? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors one last applause as they leave the show ring. Exhibitors in the barn, if you have an animal in the holding pens near the backdrop photo, please come and get your animal. If your animal is in the holding pens near the backdrop for a photo, please come remove your animal from those pens. Class 9, first and second, please make your way to the show ring. This is your second call. We need the first and second from Class 9 to return to the show ring.
Well, I think a good class, and I'm not going to tell you I think it's as maybe as deep or quality driven just as a whole as the lightweights, but at the same time, there's some parts and pieces to get somebody fired up or get me fired up. This one that wins isn't necessarily the He-Man of the group. He's maybe not just as big forearmed or as big through the center portion of his body as maybe you'd expect a heavyweight. Maybe we're fighting just a little bit weight, but man, when you get past that, there's a lot to appreciate about this heavyweight kind of Chester Bear here. Good looking, good from a compositional perspective for this kind of particular weight. He's got shape and expression on the top side of his skeleton. He drives away very powerful and square, wide and true in that regard. You step off to the side of him, and like I said, he's not maybe the biggest bodied, and that throws maybe his proportions off just a hair, but man, that one's tall shouldered, pulls together a strong top line. He's good looking, good in terms of his pasterns and the angles to his skeleton. I thought he had the decisive advantage in terms of athleticism, in terms of squareness of chest as they drive right at you in relation to that bear there in second. The one in second's actually accompanied with more foot size and bone. I do like that guy's forerib shape and just length of body better. I like his height to length ratio just a bit better than our class winner. He too is accompanied with some spread and dimension on the top side of his skeleton. Drives away square and true enough in that regard. As he drives right at you or comes right at me, we need to make him more expansive in his chest, more square in his knee, and give him just more of a neat kind of look off to the side. But I think that's a practical centered kind of bear that opens up good out of the backside of his shoulder. He's square, and without a doubt, square going away, and like I said, without a doubt, is accompanied with just a shot more foot size and bone in relation to that class winner. I like the chest width and shape and power of the bear that comes into three. Man, he's rolled up high. He's big in his chest as he comes right at you. A big pin bear that still keeps his hock inside the plane of his hip when he goes right away. He became just a little piecier in terms of his build from the side. He's a little more tucked up in his flank. I didn't see his top line to blend quite as well. And then as the drive wore on, he wants to maybe come in his hock and stab him outside himself just a bit, just not as secure in terms of his rear leg structure as maybe I'd consider ideal. Man, that one's neat coming at you. You get on top of him, he's awfully hard to ignore in terms of the spread and dimension that he has. I love the just practical body type and rear leg structure of the bear coming next. And maybe this isn't popular to talk about, but I could see his littermate Gilts being just incredible. That's a good-bodied bear that's flexible in his top line. He's monster-like in his rear foot size and stoutness of bone. He's very square, secure, and comfortable in terms of his rear leg. He's got a neat kind of look up ahead of his blade. He absolutely has to have more chest, young lady. We need to pick him up on his front pasterns and give him just a shot more hard shape in a market setting. Man, that thing's comfortable. He's pliable. He's practical in terms of his body. A real neat one there to be in for. From there, we work into some that maybe just need to put it together in a more collected fashion. The bear that comes out next is stout, but a little too rigid and needs more body. The young lady's bear is practical, centered, and sound structured. Got a little planer up ahead of his blade. From there, maybe some bears that just need to be sounder or more right from a compositional perspective. Maybe they've been pushed past their most valuable endpoint. Interesting class. I know we're losing a little hype here. Let's make some noise for them kiddos, please.
I am. It's
As we enter our breed drive for white OPB from Class 9, your class winner was Memphis Hauser, Collin County, 4-H. And from Class 10, Addison Adams, Farmersville, FFA.
We get this pair back out here, and like I've said so many times, our class winners or my class winners aren't all going to be cookie cutter like. I take quality over type and kind any day, and we get this pair out here. There's one that's probably a little safer and just more relaxed in an area or two, maybe a little bit more conservative about his type and kind, and then there's one that's just a man, in my opinion, in terms of chest, blade, back, stoutness, still good in terms of his proportions. He's just overwhelming in terms of stoutness, in my opinion. It's a clear-cut decision. Young lady comes out of Class 1, you're going to have our champion.
Your champion, white OPB, comes from Class 9, Memphis Hauser, Collin County, 4-H. Entering the ring is second place from Class 9, Landon Sawatsky, Seminole, FFA.
Maybe gets just a bit closer here for reserve honors, but same song and dance, in my opinion. I think you got one that's taller shouldered, a little later maturing, and probably safer. Man, he's wild looking up front and still has shape. Like I talked about, that Class 2 is so right from a compositional perspective for a heavyweight kind of Chester Barra. And then we drop that second in behind the champion, and he's awfully hard to ignore, in my opinion. For a lightweight, he's a company with big feet, big bones, and has a monster back laid in him. I love his just length of body and bendy kind of hind leg. He's maybe not just as attractive up through the front 1/3 of his skeleton as I'd consider ideal. Maybe he's just as good looking, obviously, as that second player, or that second Barra, second class Barra. But man, I think that was an awfully hard kind of pig to make. He closely follows our champion. That's my second favorite.
Your reserve champion comes from Class 9, Landon Sawatsky, Seminole, FFA. At this time, we will take a 30-minute lunch break and convene back with our first class, our Class 11 Hampshire Pigs. 30-minute lunch break. Will exhibitor number 5941 of the Stephenville FFA please remove your animal from the holding pens at the backdrop photo? Exhibitor 5941, Stephenville FFA. We need you to remove your animal from the holding pen behind the backdrop. Your Class 10 winners. First place, Addison Adams, Farmersville FFA. Second place, Kaylin Poe, Grady FFA. Third place, Braden Bullard, Nazareth FFA, bred by Kip Smith. Fourth place, Sarah Willis, Grapevine FFA, animals bred by Reeves and Smith Genetics. Fifth place, Jackson Hellbarter of Hondo FFA, bred by Toch Livestock. Sixth place, Chesney Ferris, Nazareth FFA, bred by BRS Hog Farm. Seventh place, Valerie Harper, Lamb County 4-H, bred by Byers Farms. Eighth place, Colton Huseman, Lubbock Cooper FFA, bred by Cole Farms. Ninth place, Corley Carr of Prosper FFA, bred by Lacey Livestock. And 10th place, Mabry Lewis, bred by Blazin' Sevens and Edwards Family Genetics. Can I get a representative or a parent for Landon Sawatsky, Seminole FFA, to the backdrop area? Class 11, first call to the show ring. Class 11, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 11, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 11, second call to the show ring. Class 11, this is your third and final call. Please bring your animals to the show ring. Class 12, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 12, first call to the show ring. Shirley, this is Cassidy. She'll be your new helper right this afternoon. Is there any way we could fold that or tuck it down or nothing to hold it? Tape?
I can go grab some. I'll go grab some. It was first and second. It was Memphis and Landon, right?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 12, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 12, second call. Class 12, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 12, third and final call.
Well, very, very excited to get back in here after lunch and get through these hams. What you would expect to see, certainly in this class, comes to the forefront. And man, I was thinking through myself as we were placing down 6, 7, and 8, not to just blow smoke, but I think there's maybe a small of a deviation of quality from 1 through 10 in this class as maybe anything we've seen today. We've got pigs down in 6, 7, and 8 that are absolutely maxed out in terms of freshness, maxed out in terms of skin and hair, and as a judge, that makes things exciting and fun to get to sort through. At the same time, it makes things challenging. With that being said, there's a pair of them that come to the forefront that just do so many things right, in my opinion, and every class matters because you don't know what's coming in the next one. This may be the best pair at the end of the day. You never know, and I dang sure want to get them right. This one that wins is just an athlete, and is just so comfortable and so good built from the side. He's tall-shouldered, yet I still think he has the advantage in terms of shoulder set and comfort level out of his front skeleton. He ties his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder. I love that guy's just levelness and symmetry from the side. He's got a hind leg that's got absolutely no quit in him. He's not bigger chested than the one in second. He's not rounder bodied, and he's not as stout. When you get right in behind him, man, he's still got a big fresh back in him. I called it good enough because I think he's an absolute killer. Otherwise, very, very good pig to go ahead and win this particular class. The 1 and 2 comes accompanied with just more chest. He's got more broad back shape, and he's got more pin width, genuine width, and rear bone and power when you get right in behind him. Girl's an absolute hammer on the stick. This thing's dressed to impress and ready to roll. Skin and hair and freshness up high is just absolutely incredible. When you get down and study him and break him down, I read that one to be a little more upright in his shoulder blade. He gets a little wider maybe in his hock joint where he wants to place his hock there in relation to his pin bone and where his rear foot hits the ring surface. But man, I think that's getting critical. Again, we could tweak both of them in an area or two, but I think both of them very, very high quality, and more importantly, the showman there on the top pair and just skin and hair and freshness I thought was very, very good. I like a lot of things about this 1 and 3. He better mirrors the one there in second in relation to our class winner, just in terms of length of body and the way that he proportions, as much as I like him short backed. At the same time, sometimes that can correlate with their length of hip. I read this guy to be a little shorter and quicker about his hip design. He wants to pull his hock in and maybe just isn't as coordinated off his rear two as I'd consider ideal. We too could square him in his knee and front foot placement. But man, when you get on top of him, big shoulder blade, big back, a bearer that's still attractive, balanced and proportional from the side. He's awesome in terms of his body, in terms of just freshness in that regard. Still a pig that's upright on his pasture and certainly more than acceptable in terms of his structure. We just would like to change him in an area or two in a competitive class like this. Again, another box checker comes in 4. Man, this thing came in early and I thought, wow, we may have our class winner. That thing is busted open and incredible in terms of his chest floor and his knee as he comes right at you. That's a very, very neat kind of image. He leaves you with the same advantage. I didn't see that guy to be as fresh through his center body. I didn't see him to be as tricked out in terms of his body shape and his freshness up high. We could lay him back in his shoulder just a bit as well. Man, that's a very, very good 4th place pig. My compliments to that exhibitor. The skin and hair and wow factor from the profile award goes to the young man in 5. Man, if we could fix this one in an area or two, I think he's incredible. That's the kind of head and neck that I'm after. That's the kind of flexibility. That thing's hair and just texture is just absolutely incredible. And even though he needs to be better from a structural perspective, I still think his flexibility is absolutely off the charts. Young man, that thing going away has to be better for this particular judge today to get any higher. If we could fix him there, we're headed to the backdrop because I think he's very, very good. Another big-chested one comes in next. I like this guy's length of body. He's a neat kind of looking one up front through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. Still good in terms of his pasture. Get on top of him. He's the plainest and most bland as far as his shape and muscle is concerned. Certainly don't think it's a concern, but at the same time, in a competitive class like this, I thought that guy needed to be a little more tricked out in terms of the shape on the top side of his skeleton. Also read him just a little shorter stepping about his hind leg. Man, that thing's skin and hair's good. He's a high-headed bearer that's still accompanied with width and power. Young lady in 7 does an incredible job, and I know we're talking way too many and we got to keep rolling, but I told this young lady this bearer just has to be sounder. If we can make him different in that regard, man, shoulder, hip loin forward, I think absolutely incredible. Stout mug, good looking, the right kind of length of body, skin and hair is very good. Again, awesome class. Let's make some noise for those kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 12. Class 11. Your results from Class 11, first place, Kaylin Keeling, Lexington FFA. Second place, Sawyer Ownby, Hill County 4-H. Third place, Addison Stevens of Burnett FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Fourth place, Steely Williams, Blue Ridge FFA, animal bred by Paw Livestock. Fifth place, Cinch Hansen of Canadian FFA, bred by Clay Farms. Sixth place, Marissa Garcia of Plains FFA, bred by JDF Farms. Seventh place, Cambry Wilson, Midland County 4-H, bred by Fisher Show Pigs. Eighth place, Abigail Albrock, Potter County 4-H, bred by IDK Genetics. Ninth place, Macy Miller, Waller FFA, bred by Double M Genetics. And 10th place, Mason Rayburn, Hamilton FFA, bred by Rains Livestock. Class 13, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 13, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 13, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 13, second call. Class 13, this is your third and final call.
Well, I think a very, very interesting class, and definitely some calls to be made. And I'll be honest, I've been back and forth just a little. This class winner is a little scary and on the edge from behind for me. Man, he's hard to ignore otherwise, guys. And if you think he needs to be a little more conservative from behind and want to, say we would need to flip this pair, I would not argue. But I can tell you that's exactly what they need to look like. Otherwise, in my opinion, that's a big-chested bear that's got a neat, cute little head above a powerful kind of body type. A neat-looking one that pulls together a perfectly long, level kind of top line. He's long out of his rump. He's got a big tail root that's cranked way up there. He's got hair just absolutely falling off of him. He's maxed out in terms of his shape and spread that he has up high. He's a fluffy one up high, yet that thing compositionally is awesome. He doesn't have too much on him. Again, he's a little wide and scares me just a bit from behind, but man, I think that's a very, very good piece of livestock that needs to go ahead and win this particular class. The one in second is safer and more secure when you get right in behind him. He too is a company with extra hair and density. I love that thing's rear foot size, its stoutness a feature. He's another big chested bear that's accompanied with just spread and mass up high to burn. I think when you step in and really break him down from the profile, he becomes a distant second in that regard. He's got more crest ahead of his blade. He's more prominent there in his cheek, and he's more prominent in his throat latch. I didn't read him to be as level out of his rump. Man, I can appreciate that pig though. He's a power hog that's still comfortable and still good in terms of his hip and hind leg, and when you do that, you're going to be towards the forefront of any class. I moved this one up coming in 3 just a bit. When he first hit the ring, I said, man, that one's a little more fragile feature, and he gets a little weaker in his spine, and I still think that, but man, when you start studying the good, that is a big-chested bear that pulls together a big back in him. He's very square and genuine and true when you get right in behind him. I love the just upper spread and upper rib that he has. He's a stout mugged one that's still neat ahead of his blade, long-hipped and really good about his hip and hind leg. Again, tighten him in his spine, level him up in that regard, maybe intensify his rear bone work, particularly in relation to those two that precede him. Young man did an awesome job, though. My compliments there. Young lady in 4, again, another hammer on the stick. I wish we could clean him up in his flank. That's not why he's 4th, though. I think to get any higher in this particular class, we're going to have to just give him more rear foot size and bone. That's a good-looking kind of show bear that's awesome in terms of his skin and hair. Another one that's maxed out from a fluff and muscle perspective on the top side of his skeleton. Again, intensify his bone work there. Give him a shot more just rib shape through the center portion of his body to get any higher in this heater class. A neat one that comes out next, I think, a later maturing one, and I can appreciate that. Very big in terms of his rear foot size and stoutness of feature. Very conservative and secure when you get right in behind him. I didn't think this guy was as fresh in terms of his body. Maybe he's been off feed just a little bit since he's been here at Austin. Reading him be flatter there in his forerib and not just as fluffy or as full in terms of his physical fill, but another big-backed bear that's stout-legged, square and secure when you get right in behind him. Again, can appreciate a lot of things about him. Work this young man up here out of the Dead Sea, and here's a prime example of never quit driving. Didn't think maybe he got the biggest look, or best look, when he first came out through the SIF pin. Comes back out here in the Dead Sea, and there's no question he deserves a pin and a placing. That thing is maxed out in terms of skin and hair. He's big up high. I didn't see his hind leg to be as big or as square or as secure when you got right into behind him. You step off to the far, and he's a little shorter and rounder about his rump. Stout-skulled, big back. Big backed and certainly maxed out and got the most out of him. My compliments to that exhibitor. From there we work into some that maybe just fall out of bed just a bit from a bone or structure perspective, but a very interesting class. Just my opinion. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors, please.
Your results from Class 12. First place, Kylie Rodriguez, Wiley Abilene, FFA. Second place, Kirby Lacey, Tom Bean, FFA. Third place, Colton Hurst, Idaloo, FFA, bred by Philip Show Pigs. Fourth place, Sophie Nelson of Kendall County 4-H, bred by S Squared Show Pigs. Fifth place, Peyton Go of Needville, FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Sixth place, Owen Seidenberger of Glasscock County 4-H, bred by Rains Livestock. Seventh place, River Jones, Brown County 4-H, Mata Show Pigs. 8th place, Sir Jones of Brown County 4-H, bred by Mata Show Pigs. 9th place, Hartley Kusharski, West FFA, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. And 10th place, Will Speck, Early FFA, bred by Mata Show Pigs. Our live stream today is brought to you by Taylor Fort. And our pictures of the backdrop is brought to you by Devin Sisk. Photos of the show ring can be found at devinsiskphotography.com. Take a look at the website and maybe you can find your kiddo in the show ring. Class 14, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 14, first call. Seven in the hams. And this is the third one. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 14, this is your second call. Class 14, second call to the show ring.
Well, I think an interesting trio, and past the trio, there's one sitting in 4 and 5, particularly 4, that have some very, very neat stuff to look at and talk about. I think freshness, comfort level, and just ability to blend everything together in the most complete fashion definitely sides with my class winner. I would encourage you to get up on top of this one. This is one of the biggest backs that we've seen all day, and an absolutely impeccable, perfect clip job. I don't know who's responsible for this, but there's not a clipper line one in this thing's back. It's absolutely beautiful. He's got the right length of body. He's got the right presence from the side for a power hog that's got chest and back and stout end. He's a good-looking, fresh kind of bear. He doesn't maybe just wow you in terms of his length of hip. I'd maybe like to push his hock and rear foot past, his tail head just a bit more. But then that's a power hog there that's got a giant back, a big square hip blade in him. He balances and proportions incredibly well from the side. Beautiful, beautifully presented kind of bear to go ahead and win this particular class. This one comes in the ring and the sift pin in the back that lands in second, and his chest, blade, skull, and just squareness coming at you was awfully intimidating in my opinion. You get on top of him, he's still a big backed bear. From behind, he is monster pinned, stout ended, keeps his hock inside the plane of his hip. He's got more rear foot size and stoutness of feature than our class winner. He's got more skull and wow factor in that regard. At the same time, when you step off to the far, he's not only drier in his center and more tucked up in his flank, ultimately presenting a shot staler image in relation to our class winner, but at the same time, he wanted to drag his hind leg just a bit as the drive wore on. If we could get him a shot softer bodied and a shot just more flexible there in his hind leg, I think we could be onto something there, because where he's good, I think he's awfully, awfully good. Same goes for the 1 and 3. If you like that one up a spot, I could listen to that. He's a wide-chested, big blade bear that's also big-backed and stout-ended. He's as good in terms of his range of motion and as flexible as anything within class. For me, Paul falls apart just a bit from the profile. He wants to come apart where his neck ties into his shoulder blade. He weakens in his top line and comes up in his jump muscle. I didn't see that guy to be as good and as strong and as sturdy in his front foot. Man, that's a power hog, though, that keeps flexibility in check. He's big-chested, big-topped, stout-ended, very, very flexible. Also read him to be just a shot more mature ahead of his blade. Again, skin and hair, presentation, absolutely off the charts. I'm sure that young man didn't load up and expect to be third, but a very, very good class here. The neat one, the odd one, the freaky one lands in fourth, if you will. And if you want this one somewhere else in that particular class, I guess I wouldn't argue. Perhaps this is more of a boar, I guess, in my opinion. That is a monster chest, a giant forearm, a absolutely huge hind leg. For me in a barrel ring, out here when you get off to the profile, he's a little more mature ahead of his blade than I'd consider ideal. He's got more cheek, he's got more crest. I don't see that guy to be as attractive up through his front 1/3, but man, that one's as stout as anything we've seen today, and maybe as stout as anything that'll come through the ring. Again, another showman there that does a really good job. Rear 3/4 of the one that comes in 5, I think is awfully good. Skin and hair, presentation, and just practical kind of skeleton, are all things you could talk about with this one. For me, got a little off in his top line. I didn't see just the chest width, knee width, or power coming right at you. Really, really good class. Let's put our hands together for all those exhibitors, please.
Your results from Class 13. First place, Kenley Cox, Haskell FFA. Second place, Gentry Locke, Roberts County 4-H. Third place, Dylan Griffiths, Plains FFA. That animal was bred by Chance Waldrip. Fourth place, Callaway Soto, Lubbock County 4-H, bred by Wintex Farms. Fifth place, Nathan Oakes, Cuero FFA, bred by D2 Livestock. Sixth place, Briar Floyd of Stephenville FFA, bred by D2 Livestock. Seventh place, Callie Moore, Brock FFA, bred by Garrett Livestock. Eighth place, Carson Dillard, Farmersville FFA, bred by Brockman Farms. Ninth place, Jenna Locke, Santa Fe FFA. 10th place, Cale Crown Owner of Wilbarger County 4-H, bred by Circle C Genetics. Class 15, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 15, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. At this moment, I'd like to thank some of our barn sponsors, TELUS Equipment Solutions. They are presenting the presenting sponsor of our show barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Another official sponsor is Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Go to any Ram booth across the fairgrounds and sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a brand new Ram truck giveaway. And HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin, for all your grocery needs. Thank you to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. And Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of the Ultimate Scramble Championship. And Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals are presenting our youth auction. Help me in congratulating all of these sponsors as they help out with the Rodeo Austin Barn Show. You can pick any species, right? Class 15, this is your second call. Class 15, second call to the show ring. Class 15, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 15, third and final call.
Well, maybe not just the deepest class that we've seen, and that's nothing to take away from the kids in this particular drive and the kids on down the line. Maybe just a little bit harder to piece together, but at the same time, it's not easy. I've been on both sides of the fence, and you got to stay open-minded at times. Man, this one that wins, I think, it just becomes the easily the most difficult to fault within this particular class. I think that's a functional kind of bear in terms of the angles to his skeleton. He's been blessed with some stoutness of feature and some bone work. You get on top of him, I think he's one of the fresher, more maxed out kind of bears in terms of fluff and where he's at, in that regard. Is he just the freshest bodied or the most wild looking? I don't think so, but I think just a really solid, complete, safe kind of bear to go ahead and win this particular class. The bear in seconds, just skin and hair and silhouette from the side, just presence is absolutely off the charts. I don't know if he's hurt or if he's just a little short rump, just never really wanted to grab a gear and go with as much athleticism as I'd consider ideal. That's a square-chested, good-looking show bear, though, that's presented incredibly well, square off both ends of his skeleton, awesome from a compositional aspect. We could freshen his body up just a bit, and then, like I said, make him more comfortable and just longer stepping out of his hip and rear leg. The bear in 3 probably most closely resembles our winner, just in terms of practicality of body and flexibility of hind leg. For me, he gets a little plainer and more generic about his look and image up front. I didn't see just the overall punch and width as our class winner, didn't see the attractiveness or the freshness as the one in second. But again, a safe one there that's square and secure when you get right in behind him. I think he's more than adequate from a bone and muscle and width perspective. A nice kind of bear there to be in 3. Young man does a nice job there. Young lady in pink comes in 4, and I can like a lot of things about this bear in terms of shoulder height. He's leveled down his top line and paints a relatively good kind of silhouette from the side in relation to those 3 that preceded him. He's more refined in his bone work, particularly his rear bone, but a very nice pig there to be in 4 that's presented incredibly well. From there we run into 5, a neat looking one that needs to be square from behind. From there we run into some bears that maybe just need to be better from a structural build or freshness perspective. Interesting class. Let's make some noise for them kids, please.
Your results from Class 14. First place, John Cross Utley from Knox City FFA. Second place, Molly Vincent, Shallow Water FFA. Third place, Cash Edgar, Albany FFA, bred by S Squared Genetics. Fourth place, Emma Howell, Tioga FFA. Bred by Schneeker Family Farms. Fifth place, Reed Powell, Jordanton FFA, bred by The Stud. Sixth place, Addison Nowick of Breckenridge FFA, bred by Double Diamond Genetics. Seventh place, Jessa Lynn Lowry, Abbott FFA, bred by RW Genetics. Eighth place, Jacob Swatzel, Erath County 4-H, bred by Circle B Livestock. Ninth place, Mason Walker, New Home FFA, bred by Garrett Livestock. 10th place, Kobe Walker, Brown County FFA, bred by Mata Show Pigs. At this time, Class 16, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 16, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 16, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 16, second call to the show ring. Class 16, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Third and final call, Class 16 to the show ring.
Young man wins. Came through the SIF pen early. First, if I have my facts right, and he made me smile. That pig is very good, in my opinion, just in terms of proportions, in terms of balance. That's a good-looking one that's accompanied with foot size and stoutness of feature. He's not just the EST one, maybe, as they drive right at you. He's not maybe the EST one when you get up on top of him. I think that's getting critical, though. That's what they need to look like from the profile, and still does it with some extra punch. My compliments to that exhibitor. Skin and hair and presentation there on that 1 and 2 is absolutely incredible. He's actually taller shouldered and probably comes with just a shot more fluff and punch on the top side of his skeleton. I like that guy's just skull and neck and just his presence from the side incredibly well. Unfortunately, he's a little straight and rigid off either end of his skeleton. Unfortunately, when we make them tall shouldered like that, sometimes they can be a little more upright. I think that's the case here. He's a little short about his rump as well, but man, where that one's good, I think he's awfully good. Head and neck carriage is awesome. awesome. Tall-shouldered, spread up high, skin and hair is absolutely incredible. My compliments to that exhibitor. Young lady in yellow there comes out in 3. I love the front 3/4 of your pig, young lady. I wish he just didn't tuck and duck from behind and kind of knew what he wanted to do with his hind leg just a bit better, because if so, you're certainly up at least 1 place or maybe even 2 in this particular class. Man, that thing from his hip loin forward is really good. Big chested, awesome, beautiful, stout kind of show bearer head on him, show bearer proportions. I love his length of body. Who's ever on the feed bucket has him absolutely dialed in terms of some fluff, yet he's not overdone. We just got to change him out of his hip and rump, make him more athletic, make him more comfortable, make him more attractive about his hind leg set. A really neat one here to come in 4. He's probably as big as far as his foot size and stoutness of feature is concerned as maybe anything we've seen today, and still keeps flexibility in check. Just doesn't quite piece together for me quite as well as I'd consider ideal. He's a shot flatter bodied. He's a shot more up in his flank in relation to how much neck and crest he has up ahead of his blade. But man, where that one's good, I'm telling you, he's as good as anything within class. Fix him in his knee just a bit as he drives right at you. Man, he's got big legs, and they're very, very sound and flexible. Young lady's got that one ready to roll as well. One that comes in 5, much like the one just directly ahead of him. That one's got a big, flexible kind of hind leg. He's awesome about his skin and hair. He's a tall-shouldered bear. Just doesn't piece together quite as well from the profile. Need to see that guy softer in his center, better in his body, and just a little more massive when you get right in behind him. Big shoulder-bladed hog, though, that's good-looking, awesome in terms of just presentation. From there, we work into some bears that maybe fall out just a bit, whether it be from a structural build perspective or a freshness aspect. But another good group of kids. Excuse me. Let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation, please.
Your results from Class 15. First place, Rhett Strassner, Smyer FFA. Second place, Brooklyn Kathy, Paradise FFA. Third place, Katie Butler, Ochiltree County 4-H, bred by Kip Smith. Fourth place, Avery Hobson, Lampasas FFA, bred by Hobson Show Pigs. Fifth place, Caden Rawls, San Patricio County 4-H, bred by HF Genetics. Sixth place, Colt Woodall, Howard County 4-H, bred by Phillips Show Pigs. Seventh place, Hayes Strand, Stamford FFA, bred by Shannon Barbie Show Pigs. Eighth place, Kenzie Keeling of Lexington FFA, bred by Burger Farms. Ninth place, Hayden Smith, Kenya New Braunfels, bred by Doom's Prevailing Genetics. 10th place, Brayley Walker, Catuya FFA, bred by Impact Livestock. Class 17, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 17, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 17, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 17, second call.
week. I've sent one. I think that'd be enough. No. You would also think in my class of 500, I wouldn't be getting a 10.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these three exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 17, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 17, third and final call.
Sweet or unsweet tea?
Sweet, probably.
Okay.
Well, I think a real deep class here, and I don't know exactly where we're at. Maybe got a couple left of these hams, but you'd expect that, I guess, as you work into some of these heavier weight pigs. And I'm not going to tell you this top pair look like each other, but like I've said so many times, I'm not a fan of thinking they all need to towards the forefront of each class, or even really class winners. With that being said, I do think there's one that just looks like a show bearer in terms of his proportions, in terms of his head, in terms of his look, his shape, one that just does so many things right from the profile, I think, in terms of proportions, than the way that he's assembled. He's not the biggest bodied one we've seen all day, and I'm not going to come in here and just gut cut him out, but I would like to see that guy just a little bolder through the center portion of his body, and when you get right in behind him, he maybe wants to stab his hind leg east and west just a bit more maybe than I'd consider ideal. Man, I think that's a small tree in a large forest, so that's a good-looking, square-built kind of show bearer that's presented and shown incredibly well out here, and is just awesome from a compositional perspective. I thought he had the decisive advantage over just symmetry and the way that he's assembled from the side and the profile of the bear in second. I love the bear in second coming and going, though. That is a big-chested, pliable kind of show bear that drives away with a big hip, very, very massive, but yet keeps his hock inside the plane of his hip. He has the advantage over the class winner coming and going. Unfortunately, when you step off to the side of him, he comes apart just a bit in terms of symmetry, in terms of build, and just proportions. He's a rib longer. He wants to come up in his jump muscle and his ham loin. He's got more throat latch and cheek working in him. Man, that one's well presented, though. Fresh skin and hair, got a big back laid in him, and that's a power hog that, even though maybe doesn't grab a gear and go at a fast speed, I still think his angles to his skeleton and his comfort level, particularly his rear skeleton, is very, very good. Fix him in an area or two, he could win this class, but a very, very neat one there. Rear 2/3, or really even rear 3/4 of the belted bear coming in 3 is just absolutely off the charts good. I mean, as good as we've seen all day. Perfectly level down his top line, as much hair, bone, and density as you could ever ask for. He's got a fresh back. He is wide, square, true, and powerful when you get right in behind him. Unfortunately, that's not the case as he drives right at you. The Staler-headed bear needs to be better in his chest, needs to be better in his knee. I don't know if we're fighting age there or what it may be, but I'd like to pry him open, in his chest and knee. If we could do that, young lady, we may be onto something, because I think from there back, that thing is absolutely incredible. The bear in 4 probably most closely resembles our winner, my winner, just in terms of symmetry and build from the side. That thing is short back, tall shoulder, dead level down his top line, offers a neat kind of look ahead of his blade. I read that guy to be the driest in his center, the hardest just in his body, the flattest in his rib of the initial 4, and maybe got just a little rigid in terms of his rear pastern in relation to maybe what I would consider ideal. He too is not as big chested as maybe a couple that precede him, but I think that one's good looking, presented well. Man, that thing from the side is how they need to build, how they need to be built, in terms of proportion. His height to length ratio is very, very good. Young lady does a good job in 5, and I'll be honest, had this one a little all over the board, because I think you could argue, he's one of the more complete bearers in the drive that could be a combination of width and power, yet still flexible and good in terms of his build. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's the case. As he drives right at you, he needs to be better in his chest and knee. I thought as the drive wore on, he wanted to labor just a bit off his rear too. Never really wanted to just drive with as much athleticism and push his rear foot back behind his tailhead as much as I'd consider ideal. Man, I love that one's proportions. I think his skin and hair and freshness is very good. Young lady does a very, very good job. From there, we work into some bears that maybe fall out of bed just a bit from a freshness perspective. Got some down the line that aren't as stout featured. Got a stout one there to round out the class that just needs to be better structured and better looking. Really interesting class. I thought one of the deeper ones that we've had today. Let's make some noise for those kiddos, please.
Your results from Class 16, first place, Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H. Second place, Weston Brashear, Sudan FFA. Third place, Michaela Myers, Vernon FFA. Animal bred by Kennebra Show Pigs. Fourth place, Shane Parks, Galveston County 4-H, bred by Wintex Farms. Fifth place, Taylon Garduno, Wink FFA, bred by Clay Farms. Sixth place, Jansen Womble, Lubbock Cooper FFA, bred by Wintex Farms. Seventh place, Leighton Canales, Sinton FFA, bred by C&P Livestock. 8th place, Darcy Ludke, Belleville FFA, bred by Engling Show Pigs. 9th place, Ty Thompson, Farmersville FFA, bred by Donald Eisenberg. 10th place, Houston Hesselline of B County 4-H, bred by C&P Livestock. None of them have weighed out.
That's good. Those big classes are probably with the
At this time, this is the first call for class winners. First and second placings, class 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Start making your way back. You will be reweighed across the scales. First and second place, class Hamps. Start making your way back to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in the ring a round of applause as they exit. Might have came in early. I've been trying to be pretty consistent on calling them. I sent Audrey the picture for first and second. Okay. Exhibitors with the first and second hamp, please make your way to the show ring. This is your second call. Class 11 through 16, first and second place hamps. This is your second call to the show ring. Hampshires, first seconds. Please bring your animals to the show ring.
Well, I think a nice way to end the Hampshire classes for the day, and look forward to getting these class winners back out here and seeing how it all shakes out. But there is one that wins this class and does so relatively handily, and that's not because he's maybe the biggest boned or the biggest chested or the wildest looking one. I just think that's good livestock, guys, and I know maybe he's not out there in any one area, but you think about it, he's got muscle, he's got width, he's more than acceptable from a bone and stoutness perspective, and then you step off to the side of him, and that's just a beautiful look up front. He's got a stout jawbone, a neat kind of head and neck. His necktie high on the top side of his shoulder. For me, that's the definition of being flexible and comfortable in his top line, yet still, strong in his top line. He has the ability to flex and bend and be comfortable in that regard. This thing's hind leg is just absolutely incredible. When you get behind him, as far as squareness is concerned, he's still got a big back. He's still got muscle. A nice kind of place to start, in my particular opinion. The Freak Show goes in second, and if you like that one to win, I wouldn't argue. I suppose there's no doubt in my mind that's the hairy, shaggy one that is absolutely the class leader, and it's not even close as far as foot size and stoutness of feature is concerned. It's awfully hard to ignore. Just his circumference of bone, not only his rear bone, but his forearm is absolutely huge. He's a long-sided bear that needs, pulls together a relatively good kind of top line. He's not the biggest backed one in the world, but I think he's good from a compositional perspective. He doesn't get beat necessarily because of muscle. For me, I just couldn't get him to piece together as well as I'd consider ideal for having a shot more throat latch and cheek. He's a little more refined in his jawbone. I saw him to be the flattest bodied of the top pair that just needed more rib shape and body shape to get any higher. Gets a little longer maybe as far as his length of body is concerned in relation to his frame size. Man, that's a big square chest one with a big square front foot. He's got a monster forearm and a hind leg that's very flexible. A neat kind of pig there to be in second. I just wish he could have pieced it all together in a more collected fashion, young man. You did a very nice job, though. Young man in 3, you got one that I think proportions very well from the side. I think he has that advantage over the barrow in 2, but at the same time didn't come with as much horsepower and probably still wasn't a structural improvement, if you will. I think here's a square-chested barrow, though, that's got a neat head and neck carriage ahead of his shoulder blade, tall-shouldered, level-topped, good skin and hair. He drives right away, and he maybe wants to put a little more weight on the outside of his hoof wall than I'd consider ideal, and gets a little off in his hock shape. I didn't see him to be as stout featured as the one in 2. I didn't see him to be as sound structured or as comfortable as the one in to lead off the class, but a very high quality bear there that needs to make the sale. My compliments to that exhibitor. Unfortunately, the bear that comes in 4 is a little sow-headed and beginning to show his age. He needs more chest as well. From there back, though, I can get on board with this one. Young lady has this one ready to roll in terms of skin and hair. He pulls together a strong top line. He's fresh in his back. He's square in his muscle from behind. He's good in his hock placement. Just got to change his head, change his chest. From there, we run into a really solid, complete kind of bear that just falls in the 5-hole, relatively safe for me. He obviously don't have the bells and whistles of those that precede him. From there, we work into some hogs that I've talked to the kids, maybe just need to be tweaked in an area or two. But a very good class. Let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation, please.
At this time, we have Class 18, first call to the show ring. Class 18, Yorks, first call to the show ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into our Hampshire breed drive from Class 11, Kaylin Keeling, Lexington FFA. Coming to us from Class 12, Kylie Rodriguez, Wiley Abilene FFA. Stepping in the ring, Class 13, Kenley Cox, Haskell FFA. Walking out of Class 14, John Cross Utley, Knox City FFA. From Class 15, Rhett Strassner, Smyer FFA. Class 18 Yorks, this is your second call to the show ring. From Class 16, Miss Briley Byers, Hale County 4-H. And from Class 17, Braylon Pointer, Lamb County 4-H. All right, exhibitors, let's wind them up. Class 18 Yorks, this is your third and final call.
Well, the Hamps were good and very, very pleased with the quality that we have out here. And like I said so many times, not only a very good set in terms of quality, but I would encourage you to try to pick a hole in them in terms of their skin and hair and the way they're presented. And maybe I talk that too often, but man, in a competitive world and a competitive show world that we live in, it's not it's not a bonus anymore to have good skin and hair. It's an absolute must. And I think all of these do that incredibly well out here. I'll be honest, I think there's some different directions you can go, but if you don't have an appreciation and don't think all these class winners represent a good kind of livestock, you most likely just got beat by one and you're upset about it, because I think all of these class winners are very, very good in their own right. Again, definitely some differences, and I think some different avenues you could take. There's one I just keep coming back to that I thought first impression when they came through the ring was just absolutely incredible in terms of his ability to combine some stoutness of feature with the right kind of length of body. I think his proportionality is just absolutely incredible. He's got a big, square, hairy kind of hind leg. He's got the right kind of muscle when you get up on top of him, and just balances and proportions so well. Young man right here directly in front of me is going to be our champion.
Your champion Hamp comes from Class 15, Rhett Strassner, Smyer FFA. Coming from Class 15 in second place, Brooklyn Cathy, Paradise FFA.
We dropped that second in, and he fits in the mix. Like we talked about earlier, he's hairy and presented well and fitted incredibly well out here. He's a little more upright off either end of his skeleton. I think things don't get any easier for reserve. I think there's some different avenues that you could take and certainly justify which direction you want to go. Certainly excited to see how these stack up against the crosses tomorrow, and hope they hold together in the next 24 hours. I know obviously there's lots of things that can change and happen, and that's what's always makes these things interesting. A few of them in my mind anyway that are in contentions in no particular order. Young lady there directly in front of me has got one that's just incredible, I think, in terms of his chest and power. You get off to the side of him and he's built like a race car. He looks incredible in terms of his back line, and the way that he's accompanied up through his front 1/3, or he's assembled, I think is absolutely unique about his head and neck carriage. Pulls together the right kind of top line. He has a big hairy tail root, a flexible kind of hind leg. When you get behind him, he wants to bow and get just a little outside himself, maybe more than I'd consider ideal. But man, I think that's getting critical on one that's very, very good. Young lady here closest to me's got one that just checks so many boxes in my opinion. I said earlier that thing's got as big and as fresh of a back as anything that we saw all day long. His clip job on his top line is just absolutely incredible. He gets out here and he's not as extended off either end of his skeleton as maybe you'd consider ideal. I'd like to tie his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder and lengthen him out of his rump, but man, that thing is square, true, and comfortable coming and going. He certainly fits in the mix. The young lady that comes out of Class 1, I know he's a little light for some, but I think that thing is just absolutely incredible in terms of his build from the side in particular. That thing is dead level down his top line, tall shoulder, has the kind of show bearer proportions and height and width and height and length ratio, that I'm after. Does he have just enough forerib? Does he have just enough body? And does he have just enough power when you get right in behind him? That's the question to ask yourself. I don't know if there's a perfect one to be to reserve. Heck, the champion wasn't reserve. It's very, very hard to put these together. The quality's been very, very good. Young lady right there is my second favorite. Should be reserved.
Your reserve champion comes out of Class 13, Miss Kenley Cox, Haskell FFA. Just as a reminder, exhibitors of breed and reserve breed champions, we need a representative or a parent to follow your exhibitor down behind the photo booth. Your results from Class 17, Hamps. First place, Braylon Pointer, Lamb County 4-H. Second place, Ryder Strassner, Smyer FFA. Third place, Colton Glass, Holland FFA, bred by Rival Genetics. Fourth place, Shaylee Dunham, Haskell FFA, bred by Lackey Livestock. Fifth place, Kate Johnson, Goliad County 4-H, bred by Frozen Genetics Show Pigs. Sixth place, Heston Hall of Wilbarger County 4-H, bred by Fisher Show Pigs. Seventh place, Callan Smith, Lynn County 4-H, bred by Phillips Show Pigs. Eighth place, Jesse Tackett of Tioga FFA, bred by Harmon Farms. Ninth place, Madison Martinez of Brazoria County 4-H, bred by Chance Waldrop. And 10th place, Grant Flores of Medina Valley FFA, bred by F2 Genetics. Class 19 Yorks, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 19, first call to the show ring. Help me in giving these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 19, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 19, second call to the show ring. Class 19, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 19, third and final call.
Well, I think a tough class to just come up with the most logic. I think some of the woofy ones maybe aren't as good in their rear leg structure as I'd consider ideal. Some of the better looking ones are maybe either more redefined or refined in their bone work, than maybe some of the others. And then, maybe some of the stouter legged, gooder built ones, better built ones don't come with as much punch in terms of muscle. I'll be the first to say, I don't know if this class winners is just the freshest about his skin and hair, but I absolutely love that pig from the side. I don't care what anybody else says. That's what they need to look like. That is a stout mug, neat-necked one that ties his neck high on the top side of his shoulder. He has absolutely no throw latch. He's perfectly level down his top. The angle to his shoulder, front foot, knee is just absolutely impeccable. He's got a big hairy tail root that's cranked way up there. He's got big hairy hind legs that have absolutely no quit. Perfectly square, perfectly good looking from the side. There's no doubt if we're going to change him, I'd like to give him a shot more punch when you get on the top side of his skeleton, a shot more muscle when you get right in behind him. The ones in 2 and 3 do have that. Unfortunately, they come with a shot more flaws. I like this bear in 2 from a compositional perspective and a muscle aspect incredibly well. He's another tall-shouldered, good-looking bear. He actually comes with more muscle and more shape. Unfortunately, he comes with a shot more structural flaws as well. We need to square him in his knee and front foot as he drives right at you. And as the drive wore on, he wanted to hammer his hind leg and become just a little shorter stepping than maybe I'd consider ideal. I love the bulk and spread up high of the bear that comes into 3 of the top trio. He's the big-chested, big-bladed hog that's got the most spread and fluff on the top side of his skeleton. He's big pin, square, and absolutely massive from behind. You ask why he's 3rd. He needs to be better from the side. You step off to the profile, and for one that's got more cheek and throat latch, he's more redefined in his jawbone and needs to be stouter in that regard. Also read him to be a little shorter in his rump and maybe wants to swivel and sway just a bit as far as his hind leg is concerned. Young man in 4, I had you a little all over the board. I think you could argue that this is the good-looking one that's still accompanied with some muscle shape. He's got as much spread and dimension up high as any. You ask why he's down in the 4th hole. I take issue with how he's built. He's more upright in his shoulder blade, and consequently his neck wants to come out of the middle of his shoulder blade. He doesn't just quite know what to do with his front skeleton. And then from behind, I can appreciate his power and width, but he gets his hock a little outside his body wall. Man, that thing's dressed to impress. His skin and hair is really good. Like I said, he's as fresh-backed as any within class. The one that comes in 5 probably better mirrors the bear there in 3, but unfortunately his flaws become just a little more evident than that one in 3rd. There's another big-chested, big-topped one, ton of spread, ton of hair, ton of body and dimension, big-topped and stout-ended. I thought when you stepped off to the profile, he became the most concerning just in terms of his extension. He's the most compact off either end of his skeleton. He wanted to tuck and duck and kind of get underneath himself. We need to redesign him out of his hip and hind leg. A sound bear coming out next. It just needs more power. From there, we work into some that just maybe fall out of bed from a squareness perspective. Got a few hawk issues on down the line. Interesting class. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors, please.
Results from Class 18. First place, Jensen Evans, Brownwood FFA. Second place, Jolie Battle, Ballinger FFA. Third place, Cross Coleman, Willman Union FFA. Animal was bred by Red Raider Genetics. Fourth place, Luke Bonert, Kendall County 4-H, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fifth place, Cooper Wilhelm, Stamford FFA, bred by Thomas Show Pigs. Sixth place, Jacob Kaiser, Nolan County 4-H, bred by Royal Crown Show Pigs. Seventh place, Brady Heaton of New Home FFA, bred by Walzer Farms of Hot Rod Genetics. Eighth place, Riley Lacey of Tom Bean FFA, bred by Lacey Livestock. Ninth place, Brandon Perkins of Frost FFA, bred by Meyer Swine Farm. And 10th place, Madeline Littner, Santa Fe FFA, by Atchison Show Hogs. Class 20, it's your time. First call to the show ring. Class 20, first call to the show ring.
Oh no, he was like, I live in a mansion in Kerrville. I showed us a picture and it's just like massive house on the side of a mountain in Kerrville, or hill. But like, I think like,
Sell software or something?
no, he has like a master's and PhD from A&M in like range and wildlife management.
Hey, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring, please. Class 20, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 20, second call to the show ring, please. Let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 20, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 20, third and final call to the show ring.
Well, I think without a doubt, one of the more challenging classes that I guess I've had to put together all day. Man, there's lots of different parts and pieces and some lines to try to figure out what you're going to determine is acceptable or enough. Ultimately, there's one that becomes the most unique in terms of his build, in my opinion anyway. I think he's the most unique from a proportion perspective. I think he's the one of the two Barras here in the top 5 that offer a neat kind of build and proportion, but yet he comes with more chest width than another one. I think within this top pair, he's just fresher in terms of his look. I think he pulls together the more collected top line. He's more attractive ahead of his blade. There's a Barra that's still accompanied with some muscle when you get on the top side of his skeleton. He drives away incredibly square, true, and genuine in that regard. He's not the fluffiest through the center portion of his body. I wish he opened up out of the backside of his shoulder, particularly in his forerib with just more round body shape. That's where the Barra in second has the advantage. I love this guy's just rib, body, muscle, and comfort level. You can make a lot of show Barras like this and stay in the business, because not only has this one got width, muscle, and product, but at the same time he's practical. He's round in his body. He's flexible. He's long out of his hip. He utilizes his hind leg with a ton of reach and comfort. I didn't see that guy to be as fresh. I didn't see him to be as square in his knee. I didn't see him to be as attractive or as unique when you get right off to the profile of him. Young man does an awesome job, though, getting the most out of that one. Had the 1 and 3 a little all over the board. Had him winning at one time. Had him down in 5th at one time. Ultimately, his home became 3rd in this particular class. I think he checks a lot of boxes, but at the same time could put it together in a more collected fashion if we're going to get critical. There's a big-chested Barra that's got a fresh back laid in him. They got him right from a compositional perspective. He's got muscle and width when you get right in behind him. I thought when you stepped off from afar and studied him just in terms of his top line and the way that he pieces together from the side, he got just a little off in that regard. I didn't see him to be as attractive as a class winner. I didn't see him to be as bold bodied or as massive on the top side of his skeleton as that Barra that falls in 2. Young man in 4, if we could fix this Barra's chest, man, we may have something, because I think otherwise he is absolutely very, very unique and very high quality. That is an awesome show Barra kind of head and neck. You get off to the side of him, and he best mirrors our winner in terms of just length of body. He actually comes with as much hair, bone, and density as anything that we have in class, yet he's still got back shape. He's still got muscle on the top side of his skeleton. He drives away with a very powerful square kind of image. Unfortunately, one look coming at you, and he absolutely has to be better in his chest and knee to get any higher here at the Austin Stock Show and Rodeo. If we could fix him in that area, man, I think he's awesome otherwise. Young lady did an awesome job coming in 5. Man, she gets the most out of this Barra. I like his head. I like his length of body. I like his height to length ratio incredibly well. Still a Barra that's genuine and got muscle on the top side of his skeleton. He drives at you. We could square him in his knee, get off to the profile, and of the top 5, I read him to be the lowest shouldered and probably just the pieciest in his top line. But man, again, a lot of splitting hairs here in this particular class. We're working at some Barras on down the line that maybe either a little straighter off either end or just don't have the power of those ones that precede them. Interesting class, certainly with no doubt there. Just my opinion. Let's put our hands together for all those kiddos, please.
Your results for Class 19, first place, Mallory Emery of Shallow Water FFA. Second place, Joaquin Dudley of Comal County 4-H. Third place, Samuel Carver, Hale County 4-H. Animal was bred by Berger Farms. Fourth place, Walker Lozart of Klondike FFA, bred by Blunt Farms. Fifth place, Allie Cadell of Stamford FFA, bred by Thomas Show Pigs. Sixth place, McKinley Moore of Cottle County 4-H, bred by IDK Genetics. Seventh place, Grant Schilling of Slayton FFA, bred by Kinesi Show Pigs. Eighth place, Grayson McMurtry, Troy FFA, bred by Steel Hog Farm. Ninth place, Laramie Hughes of Clyde FFA, bred by Frankowiak Show Pigs. 10th place, Aubrey Meyer, Falls County 4-H, bred by Meyer Swine Farm. Class 21, the one we've been looking for. Yeah, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 21, first call to the show ring.
When I get hot, my face turns red, so I always show cheeks super red in the face.
Let's give our applause to these exhibitors as they leave the show ring, please. Class 21. This is your second call to the show ring. Class 21, second call to the show ring. Class 11, right? Yeah. Attention in the barn. If we could have Kaylin Keeling of the Lexington FFA, please come to the holding area to get your pig from the photo booth. Kaylin Keeling, please come get your animal at the holding pens near the photo booth. Class 21, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 21, third and final call.
Well, a real nice class here, and I think, you know, when you just start logicking through it, I think these things fall together relatively logical, and I know a lot of people have different opinions, and sometimes when you get this far into the day, you just start seeing pigs, but I think we got her hooked up. I think we're got a good handle on this particular class. I like this top pair just in terms of looking like show bearers. When you step off to the side of them, they're neat about their head and necks. They're presented well. They got the right kind of height to length ratio. I think a real good pair here. Within the pair, though, there's one that could absolutely swallow the other one when you get right up on top of him. The class winner's by some margin bigger in terms of his back, fresher in terms of his edges, just more swelled up in that regard. And he drives away. He's more powerful in his pin set and stifle shape. He's not just absolutely perfect, I don't think, in his front foot placement, but at the same time, the one there in second isn't either. He maybe wants to camp underneath himself just a little bit, but at the same time, I guess I'd rather have him that way than a little more upright and straight. Again, wild looking ahead of his blade, really big chested and big backed. We could change him in an area or two, but with the cards that are dealt, I felt like that was a safe place to go ahead and land. I like this bear in second, just in terms of safeness and in terms of attractiveness, very well. He's got the right kind of look ahead of his blade, much like our class winner. He pulls together a strong top line. I think his height to length ratio is very good. Unfortunately, he drives right at you, much like our class winner. He needs to be better in his front foot placement, and then when you get on top of him, there's absolutely no comparison. That bear read to be flatter in his body shape, more nondescript and plainer on the top side of his skeleton. Man, I think that's getting critical, though, and that's just on a comparative note. I think as an individual, that's a very high-quality bear there to be in second. Real good top pair there. My compliments to both you exhibitors. Like a lot of things about this 1 and 3, and maybe looks a little more purebred looking, and don't take that as a bad way. I mean that in a good way. I think this thing's got a beautiful head and neck ahead of a good kind of shoulder blade. I think he's got the right kind of length of body. He's good in terms of his spread, but not as tricked out, I don't think. About his shape up high, I read that guy to be a little more refined as far as his rear foot size and feature is concerned. Not near the stoutness of just bone work as those two that precede him. But man, that's a flexible kind of bear that's got product laid in him and a neat kind of look ahead of his shoulder blade. Well, this 1 and 4, man, when this one come through the sift pen, I thought we got one here, because that is a beautiful headed kind of show bear with the right length of body and an absolutely giant hind leg. You ask, well, why is he down in the 4-hole? He comes at you. He needs to be better. You step off to the side of him. He's too short in his rump and just wants to drag his hind leg. Also read him to be a little flatter in his body shape. That thing is incredible in terms of his length of body, incredible about his head and neck, and has an absolutely giant hind leg. A very neat pig there in 4, just to be just more complete to get any higher. I like the just stoutness and the back shape of the bear that comes into 5. He's stout when you get on top of him. He's stout when you get in behind him. He's a big-legged kind of show bear. He comes at you, and he needs to be better in his chest and knee and front foot placement. And then even though I think his proportions are right from the side, he's got a shot more crest when you step off to the profile, and you could tie his neck higher on the top side of his shoulder. From there, we work into a bear that's stout featured and got the right kind of length of body. Told that young man there in the pink, we just got to change him in his chest, knee, and shoulder set. From there, we work into some bears that are maybe just beginning to show their age just a hair. Interesting group, good top pair. My compliments to both those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 20. First place, Avery Mabry of Brock FFA. Second place, Riley Campbell, Hale County 4-H. Third place, Jayton Madewell, Levelland FFA. Their animal was bred by Lindner Show Pigs. Fourth place, Hayden Mowry, S&S FFA, bred by Charlie Calhoun. Fifth place, Kane Cooper, Martin County 4-H, bred by Brockman Farms. Sixth place, Canyon Rosser, Canyon FFA, bred by S Squared Genetics. Seventh place, Brinley Strand, Stamford FFA, bred by Thomas Show Pigs. 8th place, Lacey Seidenberger, Glasscock County 4-H, bred by M&S Livestock. 9th place, Danica Whitaker, Paradise FFA, bred by Schnicker Family Farms. And 10th place, Emery Kine, Burke Burnett FFA, bred by Fisher Show Pigs. Class winners from the Yorks. If I can have the first and second place winners of 18, 19, and 20 start making their way to the show ring, this is your first call. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Yorkshires, if you have a first or second place in class 18, 19, or 20, this is your second call to the show ring.
Well, I think a prime example of a class that's got a top trio here that I don't know if you need to overthink it. The class winner does need to be better in his chest. I've said that at 600 times today, though, so we'll just get past that. I think very, very neat kind of pig past that. That's the way they need to proportion from the side for this particular judge. He's short back, yet he's extended off either end of his skeleton. His neck comes high out of the top side of his shoulder. He's got a show bear head like no other. Man, that thing has big, burly limbs. He's got big feet, hairy kind of a hind leg that stays in check. I thought he had the decisive advantage within the top pair, just in terms of spread and in terms of freshness on the top side of his skeleton, muscle width and base when you got right in behind him. Again, we could correct him where his front foot and his knee hit the ring surface. I think that's a small tree in a large forest. Young lady in 2, I like a lot of things about your bear. He's maybe as fault-free and as complete as any York that we've seen today. He is better in terms of his knee. He is better in terms of his front foot as he comes right at you. You get off to the side of him, one that still balances like a good show bear. It kind of needs to. He's got a shot more height and a shot more length, but yet it still kind of all balances and fits together. There's no doubt in my mind to get around that class winner, he needs to be more maxed out up high in terms of spread and dimension. And if we're going to get critical, as that bear drives directly away from you, he wants to funnel and narrow at the ring surface just ever so slightly. Man, I think that's a really nice bear there, though, that's good-headed, good-looking, good balance. Compositionally is right. Feet and legs are certainly on point. Man, I bet this 1 and 3 was a very good baby, and I mean that in a good way. That thing runs uphill. He's short back. He better mirrors my winner just in terms of proportions and the way that he's fitted on the top side of his skeleton. Unfortunately, he doesn't match that from a flexibility perspective. He wants to knuckle in his rear pastern and stab his hind leg. Man, if he was sounder there, I think we'd have a pair here to run with, because I think where he's good, he's incredibly good. We could square him in his chest there just a bit. Man, from the side, though, that thing is short-bodied, good-looking, runs uphill. He's got a big back laid in him. They got him fitted. They got the absolute most out of him. My compliments to that young lady and her crew getting that one ready. I love this one from the side that comes in 4. If we're just going to take a picture of him, man, he's elegant up front. He's tall-shouldered. He has the ability to throw his head high and drive at a comfortable level. He's flexible in his top line, yet he pulls together a strong kind of top line. Unfortunately, he run out of horsepower, young lady. He's not accompanied with the chest, back, or muscle from behind as those 3 that precede him, but it's certainly a very, very nice bear there in 4. We can drop that young man there out in 5. Another one there that did a really, really good job just getting the most out of him. It's easy to see from the outside looking in. That thing's as stout-legged and as big-backed and heavy-muscled as anything within class. He just becomes too piecey in his overall build, particularly from the side. From there, we're working to some bears that are either just a little past their prime in terms of freshness or need to be redesigned at the ring surface. Interesting class. I know it's been a long day and I got long-winded. Let's give them one more round of applause, please.
Thank you.
All right, as we head into our champion drive for Yorkshires. From Class 18, we have Jensen Evans, Brownwood, FFA. From Class 19, Mallory Emery, Shallow Water, FFA. From Class 20, Avery Mabry of Brock, FFA. And your class winner from Class 21, Kenley Crone, Klondike, FFA.
Well, very, very pleased with the four that we have out here, and I know we got a long ways to go tomorrow, but maybe we won't have the whole crew here just in terms of ring help and everybody. I know we've lost a little bit of our crowd. Maybe that's due to it getting late in the day, or maybe I upset everybody and they went somewhere to eat a steak. Either way, I think we need to put our hands together and thank the crew all the way around this ring for just a flawless day. I mean, I don't know if you could have got through them any more efficiently. If there was any problems, it was most likely me just taking too long judging it. Dang sure wasn't them. So thank you guys for your help. It's been flawless. Like I said, very, very pleased with these four we have out here. I think there's a couple of them that are a little better looking and maybe could use a shot more horsepower. There's a couple of them with just a shot more horsepower, and we could redesign in a place or two. There's no doubt in my mind, though, there is an absolute clear-cut champion. He's not perfect, but neither was the Hamp, neither was the Burke, neither was the Duroc, and neither was the Light Cross. I can't wait to see him tomorrow night. That young lady right there on the far side, she's going to be our champion.
Your champion York comes from Class 21, Kenley Crone, Klondike FFA. Coming into the ring is Landry Russell of S&S FFA.
Again, I'd like to thank the crew and everybody there working in the back. I know that's a thankless job, and man, we got through it in an effective manner, and it certainly wouldn't happen without the great volunteers and the workers that you have here at the Austin Stock Show and Rodeo. We get out here for reserve, and I think there's some different directions you can go. We dropped that second in, and like I talked about, he's as safe and secure probably as anything that we've seen today. Does he have just enough horsepower going away? Is he tricked out just enough on the top side of his skeleton to be reserved today? I think that's the question that you ask yourself. The lightweight comes in, and even though he's just a little bit red, man, I think he looks even fresher when you get on the top side of his skeleton. I said earlier, I think that thing is just absolutely incredible from the side. His head and neck carriage is to die for. He's built perfect from the side. His hind leg has absolutely no quit. Again, does he have just enough there just in terms of spread and dimension? That's the question you ask yourself. Young lady there's on the far side's got one that's so neat in terms of his proportions. Again, does he have just enough fluff through the center portion of his body? Is he opened up enough in his chest? There's another one out here the young lady has there in the orange bow. I think probably is the most like our champion in terms of having a monster back, a monster hip, and just an absolute zoo-like look up ahead of his blade. He's not perfect in his front foot, much like the champion wasn't, and I think as the drive wears on, I'd like to see him push his hock behind his tailhead just a bit more. In my opinion, though, that's the second best one. She's going to be our reserve.
Your reserve champion York comes from Class 20, Avery Mabry, Brock, FFA. The results from Class 21. In first place, Kenley Crone, Klondike FFA. Second place, Charlie Calhoun, S&S FFA. Third place, Carly Willenberg, Bosqueville FFA. Their animal was bred by Nor's Shore Pigs. Fourth place, Brooklyn Van Dam of Dehanus FFA. Their animal was bred by Franco Kowiak Show Pigs. In fifth place, Tristan Jordan, Lubbock Cooper FFA. Their breeder was MRM Show Pigs. In sixth place, Michaelin Littner of Santa Fe FFA. Their animal was bred by Atchison Show Pigs. 7th place, Reagan Strickland, Collin County 4-H, bred by The Stud. 8th place, Cash Dean of Jim Ned FFA, bred by Galovian Farms. 9th place, Gavin Slow, Tarrant County 4-H, bred by Underdog Genetics.